Nebraska, Nebraska. Keeping it green. Helping it thrive. Making it fun. Everything that goes into caring for our outdoors, from waters to wildlife, plays a big role in making Nebraska home. Learn how we help conserve our state's natural resources at outdoornebraska.org.
Paid for by Nebraska Game and Parks. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
It's the first round of the Maui Invitational. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Pre-game coverage begins Monday at 1 p.m. Tip-off at 1:30. The Blue Jays in Maui on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Creighton coverage on The Zone is presented by Berry Law. At Berry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back. Call Berry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit BerryLawFirm.com. At Berry Law, we're in it to win it.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Crossover is
crossover dribble.
sing for the crossover.
Kyrie Irving, crossover in the lane. One of the most famous crossovers of all time. Behind the back, an ankle breaker on Chris Paul.
Crossover.
Double crossover. The crossover continues to evolve.
All right, time for the crossover. When we cross over, are all of us when we're on remote on
we're
the
back.
stream?
Well, you have to jump back in the stream.
Oh, I got you.
You're not in there. Also, you were frozen for half the show.
Really?
But yeah, I jumped back in the other one, so I could
I
tilt
just saw
it.
this. Somebody said I need to clear my computer cache.
Yeah.
And reboot.
See, look, there's Gary. He's on the stream now, and Robbie's back in studio.
There's
Robbie's wearing his flannel.
I am. I'm rocking the flannel today. It's a little cold out.
Well, yeah, it is cold.
A little chilly.
Yes.
I've actually got
Can't
hoodie.
confirm.
I've got the hoodie flannel combo.
Oh, very, very millennial.
Yeah.
And his shoe game is on point as well.
I'm
Oh,
walking.
we don't know that.
Hike those kicks up there, Ravi.
Rocking the all white Jordan 1s today.
Yeah.
Nice. Always.
The Jordan 1s are one of my favorite pairs.
What
Those
about
are
these? What do you think of these?
those are the same shoes you wear every day.
Yep, that's true, but
Look at
they
those
are
socks.
nice.
Those are I bet they're comfortable. That's like
They're very comfortable. They're Patrick Mahomes shoes.
that's like the cool dad shoe. Like
What? No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not like a New Balance. That's like a team, Gary. That's like a team issue. That looks like a team issue. Like, hey, I'm staying on brand
Hey.
for the Mavs here.
Hey, be nice. These are the coaches for cancer.
That's what I said.
Shoes.
Like a team
Yeah.
issue. That's
Yeah,
it.
he giving you a compliment. He's trying to hate on my Mahomes shoes. Gary, defend your man Patrick Mahomes
I don't like those shoes.
and his shoes.
Yes.
I like the socks though.
Those are not great.
Yeah, these are.
That's not a great look
When
for
the
Mahomes.
socks are greater than the shoes,
That's not
You-
good.
you might have an issue.
Those socks are good.
You
The-
do
the
need-
socks are.
You do need the socks to complement the shoes. If you're going with a visible sock, I usually go with no show. But if you're going visible,
usually-
you're going visible
Yeah.
sock. There has to be a complementary thing there. Your socks are outshining your shoes there, I think.
Well, it was dark when I was grabbing my socks this morning. I don't really know what socks
Hey,
I
I don't think we give enough attention to the great invention that is the no-show sock.
Oh, it's terrific. I'm a huge no-show sock guy. When I was a kid, you used to have to like fold the sock under your foot
Yeah.
to make sure because my parents weren't going to buy me the ankle socks and no-show socks didn't exist. So I folded the tube sock all the way under the foot so I looked cool. Wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world, although pretty good arch support.
I usually prefer the half calves. You know, they go about half your calf.
That's not surprising at all.
I'm an ankle sock guy.
That's the 60-year-old man in you is like, you know what? I want a half calf.
Yeah, that's probably.
Have you
probably right.
ever worn tube socks that you pulled up near the knees?
Only like for baseball.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
But no, though I don't think so.
I will say when I'm playing pickleball, I'll go with a longer sock. I don't know why. I just find it more comfortable. I'm afraid that the short sock's gonna like slide under my foot while I'm moving that much. So I go with a longer sock when I'm active.
Robbie's on the pickleball.
Oh,
court.
I love pickleball. It's the best.
I watched
Surprised
that
he's
last
not
night.
Invested into a team.
I'm not yet. I don't have pickleball team money. I do play tournaments occasionally though.
Hey, Tom Brady doesn't have pickleball team money, but he bought one anyway.
Well, we'll see. We'll
He's
see.
losing some money with
He's got
something else.
half. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what. See, that's interesting because I think Giselle might actually have to pay him alimony.
Well, yeah, he's the broke one, especially after the FTX thing.
She makes way more money than he does.
Yeah. She was the breadwinner.
Yeah.
It would just be a little
nice for Tom Brady.
It'd be a little funny to live in a world where Tom Brady's getting alimony. It'd be a little funny.
It actually is kind of funny. Yeah.
I guess that Fox deal's like $300 million.
So
Yeah.
he's going to be forced to play another year with the Buccaneers.
Well, I think he gets
He's
more.
gonna-
He's going to get more money from Fox than he does from the Buccaneers.
I
You
give
know
him
what?
more money from Giselle.
So Joe Buck the other day said on a podcast, there are people at Fox that do not expect Tom Brady to
That's ever
to
do a game.
Yeah, to ever be part of a broadcast crew.
Amazing.
Does he still get paid then, or what? Like he signed the deal, right?
No way.
No, because he's not even doing anything for him.
No,
Like
he's not
no
doing
hits or anything like that. He saves that for his buddy Jim Gray in Westwood One.
Yeah, it was like a coach in waiting type of
Oh,
situation.
okay.
A job in waiting. It's like we will activate this cash when you show up.
Pending.
Back to the Sox thing. I will say this about my dad.
Sock talk.
So my dad's fit game, he's okay. I mean, he's kind of a boring dresser, but that's fine.
Mhm.
And he's always been a boring dresser. But I've never caught him with the old man look of shorts with the socks pulled up and sandals.
Yeah.
He's never pulled that off, and thank God, because that means that, you know, the DNA that I have, I don't think I will ever go there when I become an old man.
Well, you never know. You never know.
No, I don't think I will.
The socks and the sandals is a particularly tough look. There's really no returning from that. That's kind of the point where you're like, I just don't give an F about anything anymore.
It's never socks and sandals I've only done before, like when I'm wearing socks and I have to put on and I'm not wearing shoes, but I have to put on some form of shoe.
No.
So I'll go and, grab the mail or something like that. And you'll see me in socks and
Do
sandals.
you wear your robe out too when you go to get the mail?
I
there?
don't have a
Go to
robe.
pick up the newspaper at the end of the driveway.
I'd be interested in a robe. I don't know.
Not a robe.
How do you get interested in a robe?
I'd be interested in a robe just
like
to
if
see.
your wife, like you went to a place and they had couples robes.
Yeah.
You've ever been to a place
No, I've never.
and your wife is not a rober?
She has a robe, but we don't have robes. She just has
Like
the robe.
monogrammed robes you don't have hanging up in the.
No.
How have you
No, we
hit
don't have
30 and you don't know whether you're in or out?
I haven't tried. I haven't experienced the robe.
Oh,
I
you
haven't
lived.
I haven't gone to a place and got a massage and they pamper you and they put the cucumbers over your eyes. I haven't done it. I've never done that in my life.
Oh, you
I'm
should.
hardened
Sounds
by the
like
world around
You
me.
should.
I think this sounds like an anniversary upcoming.
Sounds like
does.
great video content for us, Connor.
So
Yeah.
sounds like we just do a whole show while Connor's getting a spa day.
Yeah.
No, I got into the robe game from hotels. You get the hotel robes, and you're like, oh, this is kind of nice.
Is it a fresh robe though? I'm concerned about the robe. It needs to be my robe.
I mean, it's as fresh as the sheets are, man.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So
There's something awfully personal about a robe, though.
hotels, you
Oh,
just
yeah.
kind of have more personal than a bed.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know.
Hard disagree. Hard disagree.
Maybe not technically, but it just seems more
Certainly
personal.
not more personal than like a toilet seat, man. Like there's a suspension of disbelief that we all just kind of go into hotels with, and it's okay.
You're right, but the robe is where I draw the line.
You draw the line at the robe.
So more likely not to be wearing anything in the bed or in the robe.
In the bed.
Whoa. Say this again. More likely to not be wearing anything in the
Laying in the
hotel
bed.
bed.
Or utilizing the hotel robe.
Is your junk more likely to touch the bed or the robe? That's what we're asking.
Thanks for filling in the blanks, Robbie.
It seemed like Connor was struggling, so I just had
I
to.
understood the question. I'm struggling with an answer. I'm struggling with an answer.
Because I'm not crossing swords.
If your answer is the robe, then you're doing hotels wrong, man.
I don't think it's hitting the bed, like physically the bed.
Well, it depends.
Depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, no, it's
but
unlikely.
the sheets, the whole thing. It's the apparatus of the bed.
Yeah.
There's a whole,
Yeah, it's I guess unlikely. I'm less likely to be in the robe.
Okay.
Less likely to be in the robe.
Learn something new every day about you.
I had to think about that quite a bit.
I retired from the robe game probably when I went to high school.
Is it hanging in the rafters?
No, but I had a really nice like a Superman robe.
Oh,
So you were a young guy robe guy.
I was a young guy, and it was just kind of cool. I got out of the pajama game pretty quick as a youngster,
Sure, yeah.
and went to the T-shirt and whatever you're wearing back then.
yeah,
For tighty whities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got out of the robe game quick. I only go for luxury if it's a robe.
What color is the robe?
Usually it's white.
Yeah, I would think so. That would be my preference as well. I wouldn't want any other color.
I don't like going to a hotel room and say, hey, they have a robe in the closet. Let's just put it on.
Yeah, no, I don't do that either.
I got to do a couple's robe. I'm not a singular robe guy.
Yeah, so it's also, I agree with Gary here. It's got to be a luxury robe. If the quality of the fabric's not good enough, I'm not touching that thing. I went to a hotel recently that's a very nice hotel, and I got to say, their robe game was lacking. I was very disappointed. Didn't even take it off the hanger.
Is it the same fiber as the towels in the bathroom? Kind of that scratchy little bit?
No, it was too light. It was pretty soft, but it was a very light robe. And I was like, what is happening here? You need a nice, thick, heavy robe. They weren't getting the job done. It was very disappointing.
Okay, we got a couple poll questions up. My favorite one is, would you be interested in a robe? Yes or no? It's on the Happer
pickup
Show.
line?
Happer Show Twitter.
That seems like an uncomfortable pickup line.
It sounds like we're offering.
Yeah.
That seems like
it seemed like you'd be going from 0 to 60 pretty quick there.
1620 the robe.
Can I offer you a robe?
I mean, you don't open with the robe. Maybe you're having a nice dinner and you say, hey, you want to go back to my place? Are you interested in a robe?
Oh, the robe's the closer, right? It's the seal. It's
Yeah.
the seal the deal.
Yeah.
thing.
It's not an opener. It's a closer.
No, I know. I think the robe is the post game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's post game. It's like you're saying, hey, we had a nice dinner. Would you like to have breakfast with me tomorrow morning? It's kind of insinuating what happens in between.
Okay.
Happen when you get older.
How about we get
you'll
you
be
back
a-
to my place and I get you in a robe?
And I got slippers.
Ooh,
I got
slippers.
house shoes.
Oh.
I did become a slipper / house shoe guy. Very, very important.
Yeah, no, I don't wear nothing on my feet.
I don't like being barefoot.
When I get home, my socks are off and there's nothing going on them the rest of the day.
Oh, you go socks
That's
off
it.
too, huh?
Socks off, everything's gone. I just don't like the socks and the shoes. They all feel.
It's restrictive.
I wanna
Yeah,
feel-
sure.
So when we come over to your house, are we going to have to take off our shoes as well?
No, you can do whatever you want.
It's just a
That's
personal
cool.
preference for you.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, no, I go house shoes or slippers, depending on the time of day. If it's daytime, I go house shoes. If it's nighttime, I go slippers. There's a time and place for everything.
Okay. House shoes, like
It's a little bit
like Sperry's, like boat shoes.
well, that's not technically a house shoe. Usually a house shoe, there's a couple different varieties. You have some that
That'd be a
look
heavy
like
house shoe.
Yeah, you have some that look like light loafers, and then you have
I
some
gotcha.
that look like slippers, but they have a more solid sole. It's really about the sole of the shoe that makes it a house shoe versus a slipper.
It's in the sole.
Yeah, a lot of sole.
I tell you, this was a solid crossover
Yeah, well done.
conversation.
Happy
Well
New
done.
Year.
Listen, I
John
have
asked.
very
why,
strong things about I have very strong feelings about very stupid things.
John calls you out on the YouTube feed to where do you get your shoes, Ravi?
No, I think
You're
he
a
was
big shoe
asking
guy?
because he wants with him, not because he was calling me out. So John,
You're telling me these are nice shoes?
they're not for me. Not for me.
They're for me though.
That's
They look like a solid lawn mowing shoe.
No, what?
It does. It looks like
These are nice. Are you guys serious? These are nice shoes.
I'm not denying that they may be very comfortable. They look like an old man shoe or a lawnmower.
They were
shoe.
not built for comfort. They're built for fashion.
But
And
you decide those are your Stan Smiths to wear today or what?
I don't know what that means.
Ooh, the,
but
the Stan Smiths are better looking than those.
I don't know what that means.
You can just Google it real quick. John, I get my shoes at a variety of locations. I like to order them
I don't wear
online.
those shoes.
I like to order my shoes online.
Yes, the online shoe game is very strong, and in buying shoes and then reselling them.
Yeah,
That's what the kids are doing these days.
I've got the app. It's the GOAT app. They've got it's a very strong online shoe reseller market. Here's the key though, is you have to know what size you are. Like I know in Jordans exactly what my size is, no matter the style of Jordan. So you have to be pretty consistent with that. There's some brands like Adidas, for example, some versions of their shoe I'm at one size, some versions I'm another. You gotta know your size. It's tricky.
Okay.
That's the only problem with the online shoe game is you got to be real confident in your sizing.
Before we hop into the underground shoe market, you gotta know your size.
And everybody exaggerates a little bit about their shoe size, don't they?
I don't think so.
I mean, they might. I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm a 10.5 in Jordans. That's what I know.
I don't
I'm
have
10.5 all the
th-
time.
I'm a 13.
Oh, okay, Josh. I'm a 13.
Wow, that was like a flex.
Whatever.
Look at him.
I bet you have a really hard time finding fashionable footwear, Josh.
Hey, my shoes have the football team that I root for's logo on them, okay?
Like I said, have a hard time finding fashionable footwear.
Ooh.
Got a nice 10-point win over the Packers last night.
So you're the guy that buys the team logo shoes that we finally found you?
I had not until this point. Picked up a pair a couple weeks ago.
Would you ever buy Chiefs shoes?
No.
See, that's what I mean.
There's like Nebraska shoes now too. I was like,
That's what I mean.
want some red shoes. I don't want to buy the Nebraska shoes.
I'm not fine.
These are nice baby blue.
That's what I mean. You know.
Poll question: does Josh strike you as a size 13 shoe guy?
That's good. That's good. I'm prepared for the results of that.
All right, guys, have a great show and a great weekend.
All right, see you, boys. That is the crossover, the Connor Happer show without Connor Happer, coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
That's the crossover. The Connor Happer show is next on 1620 The Zone. Previously on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's frustrating that Whipple just doesn't care. And I don't mean that he doesn't care about the results. He doesn't seem to care about what Mickey wants to do or his opinion on how they need to compete and play in these football games. And that annoys the hell out of me right now.
But these things do happen. I mean, you get a coach who, is set in their ways and another coach who's set in their ways. And
honestly, John, it comes across like Whipple doesn't respect him.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. Weekdays 2 to 6 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Brutally cold and breezy Friday. Wind chills dropping below zero in the morning. We will see mostly sunny skies, but that northwest wind will gust 20 to 30 miles per hour with afternoon highs in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Simply Safe was named the best home security of 2022 by U.S. News & World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for faster police response. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to get 40% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Are you going to tell me that there are 3 cheeseburgers takeout joints in the metro? Yepers. 3. 40th and Farnham in the Blackstone District, 168th and Harrison and Millard, and inside the Blue Sky Patio and Pickleball Complex at 107th and Pacific Street. And every single cheeseburgers brings smash burgers, hot dogs, fries, shakes, and more to all of the hungry people of the ONE. It's a thing of beauty. Cheeseburgers, a takeout joint. Keep on trucking, people.
It's the first round of the Maui Invitational. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Pre-game coverage begins Monday at 1 p.m. Tip-off at 1:30. The Blue Jays in Maui on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Last year, I enrolled my family for health care coverage through the health insurance marketplace. Do I need to enroll again?
Yes, we have seen the plans available through the marketplace change, and new options may be available. You must re-enroll for 2023 to ensure you or your family are in the right plan for your budget and needs. One World Community Health Centers in Omaha can help. Just call 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment with a team member.
I don't have health coverage, and I'm worried that if I get sick, I can't afford the medical bills. How do I get started?
Getting started is easy and free. Just call to set up an appointment with a Navigator enrollment specialist. We will explain your coverage options, answer any questions, help you enroll, and see if you qualify for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st through January 15th. Re-enroll in healthcare coverage or enroll for the first time. Call One World Community Health Centers at 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment.
Listen to 1620 The Zone anywhere, anytime. Online at 1620thezone.com and on the 1620 The Zone mobile app. You can hear all of your 6A to 6P favorites in the 1620 The Zone app. Powered by Woodhouse Auto Family. It's the Connor Happer Show with Connor Happer and Josh Otson. Let's get ready to rumble.
Licensing of the phrase "let's get ready to rumble" just over the last 7+ years internationally is grossed approximately close to $400 million in retail sales.
Really? You guys look like, what do they look like, Jimmy?
Dorks. They look like a couple of dorks.
On 1620, The Zone.
Welcome in to the Happerless Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula in for Connor Happer. Josh Otson is here because I demanded it.
He did, literally.
I did.
I got the receipts.
I texted him before I accepted today's assignment and said, hey, you're going to be here Friday, right? Because there was a couple over the summer where he abandoned me, and I did not like it. I like having Josh here. I'm here. It's better. I'm here today instead of Connor. Hopefully you enjoy that as well. We're going to get to a lot of things today. Coaching search.
There's a coaching search?
Allegedly.
Okay.
Nebraska has a football game this weekend. Allegedly. Not of a ton of importance, but they're still going to play it. But Greg has been patiently waiting on the line for a very long time. He's got some info about the coaching search, and I would like to get to him. Greg, thank you for your patience. What do you have?
Ravi, my man, good to talk to you today.
Always good to talk to you, Greg. What do you got?
Hey, appreciate your work. You guys do a hell of a job. And it's interesting development. I got a call from one of my AAU guys in Raleigh today.
Okay.
He said, you're not going to believe this one. And I guess it's relating to Nebraska because you keep hearing Dave Doran's name popping up, which, by the way, if you want Doran, they re-upped Doran and the entire NC State staff, all 10 assistants, got pay raises in February, at the end of February, and Doran re-upped at $5 million. So he hit the profile. If you want him, don't really know why you would, but if you do, he's yours. Anyway, there's a kid who played there named Joseph Bolatapelli. 3 years at Raleigh Millbrook. We did the evaluation on him for the Shrine Bowl game against South Carolina. Good player. NC State takes the commitment. Then the phone this morning got a call, and apparently the kid he had transferred out, and apparently had some issues because he went in the last 48 hours. My guy told me that the kid went back to the coaching offices twice and issued threats to Dave Doran and the entire staff, then went on Twitter and posted, "I'm going to get him, I promise," Dave Doran and the rest. Then they went to arrest the kid, and my source up there told me he resisted, so they put him in handcuffs. And who knows why, but that's kind of what's going on with Dave Doran today, my man.
Holy cow. Well, Greg, thank you for calling. We appreciate the info, and thank you for being patient on the line. We really appreciate you listening.
Great show.
Thank you, Greg. So that's some craziness. I don't know if that's directly related to anything Nebraska, but there's things get a little sideways when you don't know what's happening, when you're dealing with people's futures, whether it's a recruit or assistant coaches or whatever. It can be pretty wild out there. And so hopefully nothing actually happens with that situation. And that's something that was idle threats, you hope. But you've heard Dave Doran's name a little bit. Greg mentioned the buyout. For Doran to leave, he would owe NC State $6.25 million, which is not an unreasonable number. That's manageable. Usually you can negotiate something there where the new school helps you out a little bit with that. But listen, we're going to get into this. We're going to get into the coaching search quite a bit. I was doing some Galaxy Brain stuff last night with the coaching search. But here's where I want to start. Here's where we're at. Okay. We're at the point where, Josh, I actually had a dream about the coaching search last night.
We've hit this stage of the search.
It's day 68. And
we're not on the air tomorrow. Nice.
I am. Yeah, I'm on Big Red Overreaction tomorrow.
You can use that one.
FYI. Yeah. And so, yeah, I literally had a dream that I was in a Big Brother challenge style house, like a real world type house with the coaching candidates. And everybody was trying to kind of politic and figure things out and figure out who the next coach was going to be and try and convince Trev, I guess, that they should be the coach. There was a lot of Big Brother vibes to it. Trying to figure everything out. It was very strange. And I woke up, and here's where I'm at with the coaching search. I was like, okay, was my subconscious trying to tell me anything? Did I just figure out who the coach was? Do I need to write this down in the notes app?
Yeah.
Real quick. I decided that it was not.
Okay.
In my subconscious, the winning coach ended up being Mickey Joseph, which I don't think is on the table still. So that's why I decided against it. But I am relaying that information to you just in case that my unconscious self,
just in case you can claim to be right.
Yeah, I mean that's what we all do in this business, right? You throw stuff, educated guesses at a wall, and you're like, hey, sometimes I'm right, and here's the receipts.
That's why the USC guys doing the poker chips idea was so good, because you get to stake a little bit of territory on a bunch of different names, and you can claim that you were right at the end.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to do a lot of that today.
Okay.
There will be extensive names discussed. And I think I'm going to throw a name out that no one's heard yet. Because this is why. I still think we have a shot here that this is going to be a total surprise. I think we're in that. Now, listen, part of it's because it is the same search firm that brought you Lincoln Riley to USC with basically no notice whatsoever. And part of it is because we've heard too many different random names that I have to believe there's a chance that this takes us all totally by surprise. So I'm going to throw a name out there, and people are going to hate it.
Oh.
They're going to hate the name. But I'm going to see if I can convince you that it's not a terrible hire. I don't know that I have no there's no information here at all in terms of sources or anything. This is just me looking at the landscape. I went through an embarrassing amount of Trev Albert's comments regarding the coaching search to get a criteria list of what he was looking for.
I love this.
And then I started cross-referencing that with coaches that exist, whether named or unnamed. And that's how we got to my guy that y'all are going to hate. But it's a name that I think, I don't know if Trev's reached out, but I think it's a realistic name. So we'll get to that in a little bit.
Oh.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
What a tease.
First, though, it's a football Friday, Josh.
It is.
There's a football game tomorrow.
Early tomorrow, too.
Early tomorrow, which I'm grateful for because I'm on the post game with, I believe, Josh.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I'm with other Josh, as we like to call him here on the midday show.
It's a requirement. It's in your rider. Little known fact. You have to work with a Josh at all times.
Yes, at all times. Otherwise, I'm not showing up.
I don't know who's in the morning named Josh, but
yeah, I have to work with a J name at all times.
Okay.
A J name at all. Jimmy, Josh, John. Those are the requirements. That covers all three shows, right? Yes, it does. Yeah, we've got a football game tomorrow, 11 a.m., Nebraska, Wisconsin. Only 2 ranked matchups this weekend. And they're both in the Pac-12.
USC, UCLA.
And?
Or Utah and somebody?
Oregon.
So it would have been right.
It.
Okay.
Nailed it.
I'm gonna claim a W on that.
Yeah,
one.
USC, UCLA, soon to probably be a Big Ten battle. The University of California Regents are giving UCLA a little bit of a hard time right now, but I do imagine that'll eventually go through. Now, there's also a bunch of games that probably should have been ranked matchups, but one team or another didn't hold up their end of the bargain. I'm looking at you, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. Ole Miss and Arkansas also could have been a very good game. Arkansas has fallen off a bit. TCU and Baylor is also tomorrow.
Yeah.
Illinois and Michigan looked like an enormous game like 2 weeks ago.
Maybe a Big Ten title game preview still.
Illinois has dropped their last 2 games, but still in a tie for first in the West. They're still in it.
Brett Bielema's mother passed away this week, so maybe there's a win-1 for the Gipper kind of thing going on
we
here.
We might have a Buster Douglas situation here.
That's probably a more current reference, yes.
I mean, it's less than 100 years old, so yes. It is 30 years old, but less than 100. So a little more. Yours is probably more culturally known, though. If I say, can you put that on the poll? If I say a Buster Douglas situation, do you know what I'm talking about? Because I would guess, I would actually say that comes back less than 50%.
Okay, I'm going to phrase it like this. Do you know who Buster Douglas is?
Fair enough.
Yes or no?
Fair enough.
And then I will ask, more widely understood reference, the Gipper
or Buster Douglas?
Buster Douglas, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. And then if it comes back less than 50%, I will go into a Buster Douglas tangent because I love Buster Douglas.
Ooh.
Little known fact about me, I once wrote like 10,000 words on a little subject called One Night in Tokyo.
Yeah, I was going to say, he got the 30 for 30 treatment, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. I did mine before 30 for 30 because I'm obsessed with Buster Douglas. One of the most fascinating things in sports history, in my opinion. But we'll see what the poll comes back. I might have you update that one a little bit early so I can go into a Buster Douglas tangent if I feel like it.
Okay. We'll make sure time allows
for it. We'll maybe check it in the 1 o'clock hour, see where we're at. So yeah, we've got those games. We've got Illinois and Michigan. And then Iowa and Minnesota also play this weekend. So here's the good news. We are certain to have less than a 4-way tie for first place. The bad news is we are only guaranteed a 3-way tie or less because Purdue will likely beat Northwestern. Iowa and Minnesota one of those will take their 4th loss of the season. Illinois could beat Michigan. I'm going to bet against it. Michigan's better. Illinois struggling a little bit. But, so in that scenario, we would have a Purdue and the winner of Iowa, Minnesota, 2-way tie for the West. If Illinois was also to win, you would have a 3-way tie between Illinois, Purdue, and the Iowa, Minnesota winner. But the good news is we will get down at least one team out of the way. Get them out of the way so that we can figure out. So we could very well be heading into the final weekend of Big Ten football with a 3-way tie in the West. Ridiculous. It's a stupid, stupid division.
I love it.
I do also love it. It also makes me super mad that Nebraska's wet the bed for the last 2 years.
Completely winnable division.
In the most winnable division in Power 5 football.
Yeah.
I mean, the most winnable division.
By a lot?
Yes. There's no Oregon, Washington to trip you up. There's no UCLA, USC to trip you up. There's no Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Florida to trip you up. I'm not even going to talk about the SEC West.
Nobody knows who's in what ACC division. So
Clemson's in one of them.
Yeah.
I'm almost confident in that.
I think North Carolina's in the other.
North Carolina's in one. NC State's in one. Wake Forest is in one.
I know who's in the ACC.
Florida State's good this year. Ish. Good-ish.
Good-ish.
Minus the 3-game losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
They were all ranked teams, Josh. Don't look at me like that.
No, hey.
They were all ranked teams. Florida State's back.
Seminoles are back, yeah.
Not Mike Norvell, baby. I have a soft spot in my heart for Florida State, if you couldn't tell. I like Florida State football. It's the uniforms. When I was a kid, it was the uniforms when I was a kid. They were on TV all the time. And I'm going to be honest, you probably know this about me. I enjoy things that are a little bit flashy. I'm a little bougie. I like a loud statement piece. Gold helmets did it for me. And I didn't want to be a Notre Dame guy because I knew better.
Sure.
And gold helmets with that dark red on there. Oh,
they always had in the 90s the collar, the neckline was
gold,
different.
Well, it was a contrast. For the white jerseys, it was a dark red, which was really good looking. For the red jerseys, it was a gold.
Mm-hmm.
So they had the gold collar, the gold numbers, the gold helmet, and they had Peter Mother freaking Warwick, who was ahead of his time. It's the only reason he didn't succeed in the NFL. Ahead of his time. Ahead of his time. No, I actually heard. So I
You'll get no argument from me on that.
I heard an interview with TJ Husmanzada, who played with Peter Warwick in Cincinnati, and he said the only reason he didn't succeed was A, people didn't know how to use him, and B, Cincinnati was a dumpster fire. That's the only reason. Played in a Super Bowl. People forget Peter Warwick with the Seahawks. People forget the greatness of Peter Warwick.
I think that's fair that they do forget that.
One of the greatest college football players of all time, objectively. Incredible. If you have like 10 minutes today, just Google Peter Warwick on YouTube, just highlights. You'll be mesmerized.
Look, you're giving out a lot of homework here in the first real segment of the show.
All right, well, I think we need to take a break then. We'll give you a little time to do some Googling. We should put out a homework list at the end of the show.
A syllabus.
Josh, you can't make me laugh.
That's literally the only reason I'm here, Robbie.
I know. It's the only reason I want you here. That's not true. You're very good at producing the show. But the laughing is a plus. As people, as a radio show that we both enjoy likes to say, we like to have fun.
We do like to have fun here.
As your shirt says. All right, let's take a break, and then I'm going to go. I've got about 20 minutes to go coaching Galaxy Brain on you here. And should I give them the name? Should I give them the name they're going to hate? Or should I wait?
I don't know the name, so yeah, I want to know the name.
All right, so in the next segment, I will give you the coaching search name that you're going to hate, but that kind of fits all of Trev's criteria. Okay? That's That's probably why you're going to hate it, because you're going to listen to it and be like, he's probably not totally wrong, but I still hate it. That's coming up next on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Imagine it's cold and frigid and your home's heater just quit. Sometimes the heating system is beyond repair and needs to be replaced. At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. We're experienced in everything from boilers to furnaces to heat pumps, ductwork, and all. So call 402-333-5000 for a free duct cleaning with every furnace installation.
Always on time, or you don't pay time.
Terms and conditions apply. Independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
When I need a new furnace or AC, I choose a company that provides solutions that meet my needs and budget.
When my furnace or AC needs repairs, I call a company with reliable technicians, not commissioned salespeople.
When I need a straight answer, I choose a company that is honest and has integrity.
At Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, we provide the best solutions for your needs and budget. It's just part of
the way we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
There's no other way to say it. Divorce is a punch to the stomach.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
When you're going through a divorce, there are so many things to deal with. Aside from the emotional aspects, the financial issues that go along with a divorce can be just as difficult. You'd think buying a house while you're going through a divorce would be out of the question, but not in all cases. Many lenders will tell you that isn't possible, but Mortgage Specialists helps people who are going through a divorce on a regular basis. Just ask Philip Katz.
As soon as they can nail down that they'll be approved for a mortgage or so forth, it just relaxes them a lot because they know that the foundational pieces of their security and the continuity are in place.
Whatever the goal, Mortgage Specialists can help you reach it. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender. Here's an opportunity for business-to-business salespeople. NRG Media is looking for someone who gets excited about helping local businesses grow. Are you an idea person who can create and execute a plan?
We should talk. At NRG Media, we create local marketing campaigns designed to meet a key challenge. On air, online, on-site, audio, video. It's all part of what you could do. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Business-to-business salespeople? Apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
To the Ravi Lula experience on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone. Josh Otson is here.
Facts.
He is here. 100% accurate. There's a camera and everything. He's wearing a, what color? Is that a blue? Teal?
Teal, yeah.
Teal shirt? Okay. Is teal more blue or green?
I always say it's more blue than green.
So what is this color?
Now that looks more teal. This is maybe more of a aquamarine.
Aquamarine. There we go.
Yeah.
That's the word we were looking for. It's the color segment here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone. All right, so I promised I would give you a name. First, I have to set it up a little bit here, okay? So I want to break things down a little bit. And I want to start by saying this. I don't think anyone actually knows anything in terms of real information.
No, but my source is good though. My guy.
Listen, I'm right there with you. And I'm going to lay this out, okay? I've heard a ton of things from some people who have given me really good information in the past. And I'll give you an example. I was told about 12 hours before it happened, while I was doing Big Red Overreaction for the Georgia Southern game, that Scott Frost was going to be fired on Sunday. I couldn't go to air with it, but I was told that. That person who told me that has given me information, and he was obviously 100% correct. Okay? That person has given me information on the coaching search, information that lined up with other people I trusted who had given me information on the coaching search, and none of it's been true so far. At least not in the time frames or in the manner that it was thought to be true at the time. We might end up looking back at it and be like, oh, it was true. We were just 2 months early or a month early or whatever, right? So it's not that the people that are giving me information don't ever have information. So that's why I'm telling you that. But at this point, I don't have confidence in any information that I get from anyone because there's been so many things that we've heard, and some of them have been proven just to be patently false. Some of them we don't know if they're true yet, but some of them are directly in conflict with one another. So they are mutually exclusive. Some of them, one of them could be true, but that means the rest of them are not. Okay?
Looking at you, Zach Smith.
Zach? Wouldn't trust that guy anyway.
No.
Shady. So here's examples, right? I've been told at different times with high levels of confidence that Mickey Joseph being hired was imminent. That Matt Rule being hired was imminent on 2 different occasions, a couple of weeks apart. That Matt Rule had backed out, that we were still negotiating with Matt Rule, that Trev was cheaping out on the coaching hire, that Deion Sanders was in play, that Mark Stoops was in play, that Jeff Monken and Lance Leipold were serious candidates, that Trev had a secret surprise home run hire that would blow everyone away. And here's the thing. One of those is probably true, but we don't know which one. And if for no other reason, one of them is probably true because we've covered almost every potential outcome at this point, right? We've run the gamut
That's it,
of
right there.
possible head coaching decisions. But here's the other reason that I think something is true. I think there have been legitimate leaks. Because in this day and age, with the number of people that he would have had to talk to, either him or the coaching search, something had to have gotten out. This has been going on too long for a piece of real information not to have gotten out. But I also believe this, that Trev is intentionally putting out misinformation. And here's why. Do you remember the episode of The Office called Gossip? Josh, you a big Office guy?
Yeah, I like The Office.
So I'll run down the episode for you. It's in season 6, and Michael starts hearing rumors from the interns. And one of the rumors is that they saw Stanley out with a woman at a club. And this can't be possible because Stanley's wife is out of town and Stanley hates people, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And we find out that Stanley is having an affair. And because Michael likes knowing things and he likes people liking him, he tells everyone that Stanley's having an affair, which turns out to be true. But when confronted with the fact that he's likely ruining Stanley's life, but it's completely impossible to convince people that what he was telling them wasn't true or to get the genie back in the bottle, he starts making things up about everyone else in the office.
Yep.
And so the one true fact of information where this all started gets completely covered up.
Now there's so many lies out there that we feel that everything is a lie.
You can't believe anything. Now, and it works. In the episode, it works.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Michael accidentally reveals Stanley's affair directly to his wife in a different way because he's Michael Scott. But assuming Trev Alberts isn't Michael Scott in terms of a leader, which, God, I hope so. I hope he's a little bit better of a people manager than that.
I just picture Trev walking around the football facility going, miss 100% of the shots you don't take, buddy.
Trev Alberts, Wayne Gretzky. I just imagine Trev walking around saying, that's what she said. So all that to say, I think real information has gotten out. But in an effort to keep his search a secret, I think Trev has put out so much misinformation or encouraged so much misinformation that it is literally impossible to tell what's true and what's not.
Misinformation, big problem.
Big problem. It completely covers up all the things that are actually true. And so that's what I think Trev has done here. So I think we probably have heard something true. I don't know if we've heard the specific name, but you might about to hear the specific name, if I'm right. But I think we've heard something that's true. Now, here's where you have to start applying some logic. And we're going to run out of a little bit of time before we talk to Bryan Munson here for me to go through this whole thing. So we'll pick it up after we talk to Bryan as well. But here's where you have to start applying logic to this situation, okay? If you were just going to go hire, I don't know, Matt Campbell, that's a name that most people are not super excited about, but I think could talk themselves into. Okay?
Last in the Big 12.
Yikes. That's a name where you probably don't have to go through. It would make a ton of sense to jump through all these hoops to get people off of the scent of hiring a Matt Campbell. Because what's the point? Right? What's the point of distracting people from a name that's, as much as I think he's a good coach, as much as I like him, is kind of a blah candidate at this point because of how the season's gone. So, in my mind, you have to look at who gives you a legitimate reason to be this secretive. Now, there's a chance that it's just the way Trev's wired, right? We have to put that into account, that maybe he's just wired, that he doesn't want to let anything out regardless of what the name is. But to go to the lengths that I'm suggesting he's gone to, I think you have to have a good reason. One of the reasons you're not going to like. The rest of them are really good. So we'll start with the reason you're not going to like very much. Okay? That would be if it's Jeff Monken. I like Jeff Monken. I think he's a really good football coach.
Are you honking?
I am honking from... No, I'm not honking for Monken.
Okay.
I do like Jeff Monken a lot. I think he's a really good football coach. But because of the nature of his job at a service academy, because of how important the Army-Navy game is, I believe Trev would go to great lengths to cover up his involvement in a coaching search. I do. At least during the season.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one option. Thankfully, Jeff Monken doesn't meet some of the other criteria that you would want in that Trev has said, not that I would want, that Trev has literally said he wants in a head football coach. That's Power 5 experience. Jeff Monken has none of that. And if you're going Jeff Monken, unless you absolutely fall in love with him, you're probably doing it for budgetary reasons. And Trev has said on multiple occasions that money will not be an issue here. Okay? So I'm excluding Jeff Monken from the conversation for those reasons. So let's assume not Jeff Monken. So why else would you go to such great lengths to cover up a name, Josh? Can you think of any?
Because that coach is currently employed
at a super high-profile job.
Yeah.
Right? That's the only other reason. If it's Matt Rule, what does it matter if it gets out? Who cares?
Ravi, it's already out. I've been told it's a done deal.
So have I.
The board said it. Must be true.
I was also told that Mickey Joseph was a done deal. I've been told that Urban Meyer was a done deal.
Nothing in the rule book that says you can't have 3 head coaches, Ravi.
I've been told that Deion Sanders was a done deal. I don't think there are any done deals.
But the board said.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I think Matt Rule's a candidate or has been a candidate at some point. But here's my question. If it's Matt Rule, he's unemployed. Now, I get there's a contract negotiation thing going on with Carolina about the offset of his buyout and things like that. But you're going to have to tell Carolina eventually anyway. What does it matter? Like, how does it help you to cover up his candidacy? How does that help you with the Panthers? Maybe there's a reason. I don't see it. So there's 2 options here. Either the Matt Rule thing, all the smoke is real, or Matt Rule is the smokescreen. There's almost too much out there about Matt Rule. For as little as we've gotten about everything else, for there to be verifiable information or allegedly verified information that Matt Rule is the guy seems suspect at best to me. There is a legitimate reason to believe that Matt Rule is a smokescreen. I still think there's a chance he's the guy, just for what it's worth. But if what I'm saying is true, that Trev is putting out misinformation to lead people off the scent, you're not going to let the most information out there be about the guy that's actually the guy. So that's the if. The caveat is if Trev is actually doing this, which I believe he is, you're not going to let the most information be out there be about the guy. Think about the Office episode. Michael never talked about the Stanley affair again after he started trying to cover it up. That was already out in the ether. But all the other rumors, Pam and Jim being pregnant, I don't remember the other ones.
They weren't important.
But that one also ironically ended up being true. But he throws out all these other rumors. And he never talks about the Stanley one again. So am I putting too much stock in an Office episode to decode what Trev Alberts is doing to hire a head coach? Maybe. That's on the table. But I also don't think it's impossible. So let's say we take out Jeff Monken, we take out Matt Rule. Where does that leave us? That's a question I'll let you ruminate on. I will give you a name that you're going to hate, but I think is a real candidate or could be a real candidate. He checks all the boxes. But first, we have to talk to our friend Bryan Munson. He's coming up from Husker Online, right here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your vehicle is important. It gets you where you need to go, but it does much more than that. I'm Darcy with Dingman's Collision Center, and at Dingman's, we know your vehicle is an investment and that safety is your priority. To make sure your vehicle is as safe as it was prior to an accident, bring it to Dingman's for proper, safe, and certified repairs. We protect you and your investment. We've been voted Best of Omaha for the past 17 years. At Dingman's, we'd rather be the best than apologize for anything less. Find us at dingmans.com.
Fall is in full swing, and that means there's a lot of great events coming up all over the area. From the Huskers in football or basketball, the concerts, holiday shows, there's so much to check out. And when you need tickets, be sure to check out my friends at ticketsforless.com. You want to go see the Huskers in Memorial Stadium or the Chiefs at Arrowhead or maybe that big show at CHI Health Center, Tickets for Less has you covered. So save on your next order at ticketsforless.com. When you use the code THEZONE, go to ticketsforless.com. Find the seats that you want to the events you want to be at. Use the promo code ZONE. Good on any ticket purchase at ticketsforless.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
The Blue Jay Zone is brought to you by Barry Law. We're in it to win it. Despite being one of only 2 Blue Jays to score in double figures in each of the first 2 games, Arthur Kaluma was recovering from an off-season injury. He says the best is still yet to come.
I still haven't been cleared to work out on my own. So most of the time when I get in the gym, it's just with the guys and we practice. But to a certain extent, once I'm able to really get in the gym on my own, I feel like you'll see a totally different player and I'll get my reps up and the stat sheet's going to look a lot better.
Your most important assets are your body, your mind, and your future. When those are jeopardized by an injury that isn't your fault, you need to fight back and regain your life. Barry Law has represented thousands of Nebraskans, protecting their rights and securing their futures. If you've been injured in an accident, add more firepower to your fight. Choose the injury attorneys at Barry Law to make that next step. Call Barry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit BarryLawFirm.com. At Barry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TIP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text TIP to 321-321. That's TIP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Your 20th ranked Creighton Blue Jays women basketball team heads to the University of Northern Iowa Sunday at 2 p.m. to take on the UNI Panthers. Hear all the action on 1180 The Zone. It's Creighton women's basketball at Northern Iowa, Sunday at 2 p.m. on 1180 The Zone.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Welcome back. to the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula, your host. Josh Otson producing. And we are now joined by our friend, Bryan Munson from Husker Online. Bryan, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Get ready to head up to Nebraska myself a little bit later on today, man.
Oh, there you go. A little time in the home state here.
Little time, yeah. Between Kearney and North Platte, be there starting tomorrow afternoon. Don't check out until the following Saturday. So
nice. There you go.
He's bringing the warm weather with him.
Yeah, if you could bring some of the.
I'm gonna try, man. I'm gonna try. I don't think the trunk is big enough on that car to pack it all up there to take it up there with me. But at least I saw it's gonna stay dry. It might be cold, but staying dry. No precipitation, right? Like over the next week or so.
I hope so. I'm not a winter guy.
There might be some rain Thursday morning.
It's early already in the winter, and I'm already kind of over it. So we'll see how this goes. It's going to be the winter is going to feel longer than this coaching search, I think.
Gotcha. I get it.
That's assuming we have a coach by the time winter's over, which at this point I don't even know. No, yeah, I kid.
That's a tough subject right
now. I'm like 90% kidding. So you tweeted out yesterday that there will be about 40 visitors in attendance for the game. Is that right?
That is accurate.
So who are the highlights of that group?
Yeah, well, obviously you're going to get a few more of the guys. So mainly your in-state guys. All 5 in-state guys are gonna be there. So you got Coleman, Katula, Knudsen, Noonan, and Sledge, and then you start getting into a couple of guys that got walk-on scholarship or walk-on spots like Cole Ballard and Colton Tilford from North Platte, and then you kind of get into some underclassmen, some guys that have got some offers. Big one there, of course, is Isaiah McMorris from Bellevue West, who just picked up his offer a little bit earlier this week. Nebraska's got a couple more guys coming in that are 2024 offered guys, and Tyshawn Griffin, who is a kind of more of a defensive back out of Morgan Park in Chicago, Illinois. And then you get Terrence Shelton to come in, who's a big running back, frankly. He's 6'1", 200 from Franklin, Wisconsin. And then you kind of get into this list of 2024 and 2025 guys that I can't say guys. I got to preface this. I can't say guys. I can't keep saying that. So there are 2024 and 2025 non-offered recruits of note. There's several of them. I really got a chance to watch last night Kellen Lindstrom. He's a 6'6", 240-pound kind of edge defensive end out of Glendale High School in Springfield, Missouri. Harry Caskey is coming back in again from Ogallala. He's a Husker legacy. His dad played offensive tackle for Nebraska in the 90s. Jalen Todd, a safety from Southfield, Michigan, also coming in, kind of jumping down the list. C.J. Wiley, a wide receiver from Alpharetta, is a 2025 guy. He'll be there. And then kind of last but not least, I want to bring this up. Charlie Wistrom. Name should be very, very familiar to Nebraska fans out there. This is the daughter of Grant Wistrom, who is the place kicker for Glendale High School in Springfield, Missouri. So I assume, being brought in as a visitor, getting that football treatment obviously is one thing. She does participate in football, but I think long term could obviously be another soccer recruit possibly as well. So great stories out there. The name caught my eye, and then I said I need to do some research, and all of a sudden saw that it was his daughter. Just grins last night reading about her. She sounds like a wonderful kid.
Well, there you go. That's super interesting. And I'll make sure to do some research on her as well. I had seen that she was going to be on campus, but I'll have to dive into her story a little bit more also. So earlier this week, speaking of visitors, there was a rumor that all visitors had been canceled for this weekend. Where did that come from? Where was that originated?
Well, so, I've been telling people for the last couple of weeks, I felt like there'll be a smaller number, and there is. It's about 20% or so, maybe 25% less than what it's been the last two home games. But Quintrell Travis, the defensive lineman from Iowa Western, his team has always had like this week off. This would be their last week of their season was last Saturday. There's this kind of gap between where their season ended and when the NGCAA playoffs kind of start kicking off, which would be next week. As of right now, Iowa Western is in one of those top 4 teams that potentially they could get seeded into the playoffs, but they've got the week off. So Quintrail actually had set up an official visit to Nebraska for this weekend. So earlier on, Quintrail got the call from Nebraska that they were canceling his official visit, pending the hire of a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that some of the confusion kind of came from that. So, because the way that Quintrail kind of reported it to me was like, hey, until they get a head coach, you're not bringing in official visits. Well, we know that obviously that's not necessarily the case, because Nebraska brought in Arnold Barnes there at the end of September, which was a couple of weeks, I think, after Scott Frost had been let go. Or maybe even 3 weeks after he'd been let go. And so we know that at least that happened then, but he had been the only official visitor up to this point where we even knew another one could be coming in. So for Nebraska to kind of, hit the brakes here a little bit, it does have, some things that people need to start thinking about when it comes to the coaching hire. And what are the things that are in flight that potentially are going to cost Nebraska a little bit by not having a coach, being named and hitting the ground running when it comes to recruiting. So you have this one weekend here where I think it impacts Quintrail Travis. And I think that's going to have some repercussion. I think Nebraska still has a chance really to kind of bring him in at some point else down the line after the national championship for junior college. But these are going to start getting bigger. You're going to start running a tab now about the cost or the price that's going to go along with other guys that are ready to start taking official visits, particularly junior college guys, now that their season is over with. So I think a guy like Mason Goldman, who's going to be playing in the state championship, obviously this weekend as well on Monday, I believe. That's another guy that obviously people have got to start thinking about a little bit, and I'm sure he wants a little bit of clarity about what's happening there with the head coaching position, even though he said he wasn't going to make a commitment regardless if he had an offer from Nebraska in September until after the season was over.
So there was some speculation out there that Nebraska was maybe trying to save official visits for when the new coach was hired. I know there's a limit to them. Do you have any idea where Nebraska stands in terms of how many they have left? Would that be a viable reason as to why they're not bringing any more officials, or at least the one from Iowa Western in, or is that just kind of people speculating?
No, I think that's a reasonable thing to be concerned with. Nebraska has brought in about half as many as what they're allocated. They get allocated 62. I believe that they were either at 32 or 30 that they had taken so far. I can't remember offhand which one it was. It's one of those two numbers. And the thing to remember here, I think, as well, is that anybody else who has taken an official visit to Nebraska before with Scott Frost as the head coach is eligible actually to take another official visit back and return to meet the new staff.
Sure.
So when you get like a Ryan Robinson that says, well, I'm trying to make a decision now between Oregon and Nebraska, but I don't know which way to go because I don't know who the new head coach is at Nebraska, there would be an opportunity, obviously, for Nebraska to reach back out to him and bring him back in for another opportunity to meet the new head coach. So I think that rule makes probably about the most sense to the NCAA to any of the rules they have created in the last 3 or 4 years. That's the one that makes the most sense.
That's fair. So earlier this week, Nebraska pulled the trigger on an offer to Bellevue West Isaiah McMorris. He'd already gotten some Power 5 offers, had gotten a Penn State offer a couple days right before that. What led to Nebraska pulling the trigger on that and deciding, hey, now is the time to offer him?
Well, I think Nebraska was really close to doing it a couple weeks ago when he was in attendance. I really kind of felt like it could happen at that point when he visited Nebraska 2 weeks ago. He had Texas Tech and he had Kansas, and the word back to him from Nebraska was, "Look, we know who you are, and we just want to kind of get through this. This next time we're going to wait and see. We're going to stay in great contact. We're going to bring you back in the spring." And then all of a sudden he picks up an offer from Kansas State, and then Penn State comes in and offers as well. And Nebraska decides that at that point, a couple days ago, to throw it down and extend an offer. he's a tremendous athlete. He's a player that, you know, really, when he saw the Nebraska offense that day, I think it was against Illinois, he said, you know, I think I could be a Trey Palmer kind of guy for Nebraska. Those are huge words. Those are awfully big words. And I think obviously Nebraska, when you start talking about the evaluation in-state wise, you start bringing up Davon Hall, you start bringing up Caleb Benning. You know, Caleb Benning's a guy that can play on both sides of the football. So now you have to start thinking about where you're also at when it comes to your class and where you want guys to be slotted at. I think obviously this kind of gets all brought into the equation a little bit about, okay, now I have 3 in-state offers potentially at wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm really kind of talking about? So I think that those are the kinds of things that obviously Nebraska is thinking about bigger picture, but McMorris gets his offer, and I think that was a great offer. He's a tremendous athlete.
Do you think Nebraska's kind of attitude about some of these things, because we've seen them be not the first one in the door with these Power 5 offers for some of the in-state guys, do you think that harms their relationship at all with them or damages their chances to land some of these guys because they're not the first ones in the door when they're in their own backyard?
I think it doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
Let's just start there. There's a bad lens when Kansas State comes into the state of Nebraska and offers a player before Nebraska does. And I think obviously Nebraska has a lot going on.
Sure.
The thing about it is that Nebraska, I think, has stayed up on recruiting about as well as anybody that I've ever heard of before that's using an interim head coach basically to guide the program at this moment. There's nothing that's been standing still. It basically has started to kind of slow down just recently. But I think I would also say that it's been pretty clear to me that Nebraska has had a couple schools peeking into the state that traditionally you wouldn't necessarily find. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there isn't a head coach and there is a lot of confusion kind of going on. And you've got some guys like, well, Benjamin Bramer has taken 2 game day visits to Iowa State. You've got a couple guys now that have official offers or offers from Penn State. You have McMorris and you have Carter Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got some guys now in the 2024 class that have got some pretty big offers. And I think that a lot of that's just because of the confusion and the change, of course, it's pending at Nebraska.
Are there any other in-state guys in the next, in let's say in 2024, you think might end up with a Nebraska offer at any point in the near future?
I like Harry Caskey a lot, and Nebraska has brought him back. You know, out of all the guys and all the people I have spoken with, I want to say Caskey has gotten back to Nebraska or been offered to go back to Nebraska for a visit, probably about as much or more than anybody else that I've talked to out of the 2024 class. And I think it's kind of interesting because he's worked out really as a quarterback at Nebraska, you know, basically when he's come back for camps. I think Nebraska really sees him on the defensive side of the football. So keep an eye on him, in particular where his evaluation is, because it could be as a quarterback, it could be as a middle linebacker, and that's a guy that's long enough at 6'4" that he actually could be an edge. So
okay.
I think he's just a really, really intriguing athlete. So that's Harry Caskey from Ogallala.
There you go. That's one to keep an eye on. All right, Bryan, we'll get you out of here on this. I know I ask this every few weeks. I like to keep tabs on things and keep the temperature. Nebraska currently at 15 commits. You imagine with a coaching change, there'll be some roster turnover. There'll be some maybe even attrition within those 15 commitments. What are you looking at in terms of what's the vibe you're getting on the size of the class we might be looking at for just for high school and junior college guys at this point, not transfer portal?
And that's such a great distinguishing line too, because there's currently there's different lines in the sand, obviously, for totals. I think that this class is going to get to 18, maybe 19, and then I think you've got some. Well, the junior college guys probably puts it over 20, maybe 21, 22. I think is what you're going to kind of get to, and then I think what you're really talking about then is just your attrition. What's going to really happen is what's the exodus going to look like? What's that quantity going to look like? And then the new coach, when he inherits that, what's he trying to hit at when it comes to the portal and hitting that number of 85, you know, before January? That number is going to be really, really interesting to watch. The month of December, as we creep closer to it, it becomes this it becomes even crazier as I think about it. I think those times there, those 4 weeks, basically into the first 3 weeks of January, I think people better strap in, because I think that's going to be a real crazy time around Nebraska.
So in your opinion, the roster turnover you think will mostly be addressed in the transfer portal and the recruiting class, with JUCO and high school will stay kind of in that low 20s?
I think that high school, junior college one could get into the 20s fairly easily.
Okay.
I think particularly as many guys as they have offered there at those spots, they sit pretty well with some other ones. There's some really big national guys too. It's going to really be interesting to watch how they reevaluate some of those guys
Sure.
too, because they may just decide that they're just going to go ahead and drop the JCs and go on and get into the portal.
Okay.
So that would be a very, very interesting thing to see happen too. So there's going to be some reevaluation and valuation of guys that are happening on their roster currently, and when they come to the end of the year, exit interviews, basically, so to speak, to see what really happens with the current roster.
Well, there you go. I don't think we're going to have anything that even resembles a quiet off season here in Nebraska, which, hey, that's good for us here. Bryan, we appreciate your time as always. Great info there, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Have a great holiday, man. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, you too. That's Bryan Munson from Husker Online. All right, we got to take a break. We're going to get to Brian Christopherson here in a little bit. I promise I will get to more coaching Galaxy Brain theories throughout the show. I won't forget you. There's still a name I've got that checks all the boxes that you're going to hate, but I'm going to put it out there because it needs to be said. That's all coming up next here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
When I hear sheriff, I think of the Old West. Matt says sheriff should be forced to dress up like they're in the Old West. Yes, if they want to keep the name, they have to wear Old West garb. I want them to wear spurs and all those things. I want Sheriff Woody or nothing. Yeah, there you go. Someone poisoned the water hole. There's a snake in my boot.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. Weekdays 2 to 6 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Brutally cold and breezy Friday. Wind chills dropping below zero in the morning. We will see mostly sunny skies, but that northwest wind will gust 20 to 30 miles per hour with afternoon highs in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Shingles add beauty, protection, and value to your home. You want CertainTeed shingles. Carp's Complete Home Exteriors is a certified CertainTeed shingle master. When it comes to your roof, CertainTeed Shingles and Carp's have you covered. Online at carpsomaha.com.
He's back. Old Man Winter has arrived. If you notice the cold air leaking through your home's windows, give J-Tech Construction a call for a free estimate. Keep winter cold outdoors where it belongs. Let the official exterior experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction, upgrade you to triple pane replacement windows and start saving money on your energy bills. The cold doesn't have to mean higher heating costs. Get all the details by going to yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers. News Talk 1290 Coil is your new home for Omaha Maverick hockey all season long. Don't miss a single puck drop, power play, barn burner, or any of the action this season. Your home for Maverick hockey, home and away, is News Talk 1290 Coil.
Mini bowling. What is it? It's Bob and Willie's Wonder Bowl. That's what is it. Bob and Willie's Wonder Bowl is half the size, but twice the fun of regular bowling. Smaller balls and shorter lanes means it's easier to play. Enjoy craft cocktails, beer pitcher specials, arcade games. From the kitchen, there's tavern-style pizza, fries, and wings, too. Plan your next party with mini bowling. Great for team building, birthdays, graduations, holiday parties, and more. Bob and Willie's Wonder Bowl, 38th and Bottom in Omaha, and coming soon to Lincoln. Click wonderbowling.com.
This is Scott Schultz from Host Coffee. 2022 marks our 50th year and business has never been better. We are rapidly growing and adding new customers, which means we need new route drivers and service technicians. We have new jobs for those new to the industry with little or no experience, and new careers that require knowledge in the coffee and vending world. There's a good chance we have just what you need in a new job. Host Coffee offers competitive pay and understands the work-life balance. Apply today at hostcoffee.net/careers and join our team.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
From basketball to volleyball, baseball to softball, soccer, tennis, and so much more, the Creighton sports season is packed with action. The 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law, covers it all. Each week, we visit with Blue Jay athletes and coaches to hear their stories and document their climb through the Big East Conference. The 1620 The Jays podcast drops each Friday morning and is found at 1620thezone.com and all major podcast platforms. Just search 1620 The Jays. Covering all things Creighton Blue Jays, it's the 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law from 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Connor Happer famously not present. I am present, though. My name's Ravi Lula. Josh Otson here as well. Also joining us is our friend Bryan Christopherson from Husker 24/7. BC, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great because I got to wake up about 4 hours later today, which I really appreciate.
Oh, good for you. That's a win in life whenever you get those days.
Oh, it really is. So I was perusing your Twitter last night, getting ready for today's interview, and I saw, as Twitter was burning to the ground, that you suggested we all prepare a move back to the late great AOL Instant Messenger, which is where we all should have been all along, if I'm being honest. But I have to ask, what was your screen name?
It was Big Dog 4. It was BIGDAWGGG4. Number 4. Yeah.
That's the most AIM screen name I've ever heard in my life. That's incredible.
Apparently, some other big dogs got in front of the line ahead of me. So,
Big Dog 1G, Big Dog 2Gs.
it was kind of false advertising too to call myself Big Dog. But you're in college, you're a little full of yourself. You think you're a little more than you are, probably.
Yeah, I think there may have been some exaggerations on the AIM screen names back in the day, but that's all right. No, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I was hoping it would be. It was something just like that. So thank you. So let's move into, apparently there's some things happening around Nebraska football. With all the rumors flying around about the coaching search, what, if anything, have you found believable?
I do think, as you would expect, I think they've narrowed it down to like 3 or 4 names. But the question is if some people say yes. I mean, that's kind of what we think. And the funny part is, I think that we believe it's narrowed down to that, which you again would expect, but it's also like a wider group of names beyond 3 or 4 that you still hear.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to kind of get real specific. I've thought there is something to the Matt Rule smoke, but I don't. Matt Rule's got options. You got to remember that. Just because he might be in a conversation or there's been kicking of the tires on a guy, he could just. I mean, he's got a lot of money after that Carolina thing, and he could say, I might wait for something else. I might, go elsewhere. And you always have to keep that in mind. I'm not saying that couldn't happen still, but I just consider that. And then I do think the guys down in Kansas are still interesting, both of them. I thought it got really quiet on Leipold for a while.
Really quiet, yeah.
And I think I still think he's got a big decision in front of him. He can decide, and he might be completely happy in Kansas, where he's building something, and it's a little less of a fishbowl there about the football program. And that could be appealing in a way. And I think maybe they're going to want to give him more resources there and beef up his contract. So that very well could be something he just wants to do. But also, I have to think Nebraska still has some interest, or at least keeps him, on that list. And I think Wisconsin might too. That's why he's an interesting name this week as these two teams play, because I honestly sort of thought Jim Leonard might lock up the permanent job by now there,
Sure.
and it hasn't happened. And he might still be that guy, but it hasn't happened yet. And if he has a bad weekend in Lincoln, who knows? If Nebraska pulls it out or something. So, Leipold was a Wisconsin native and has Nebraska connections. So there's kind of three schools that are interesting to me there. And then Kleiman is a guy I would still knock on his door. And it sounds like he has a really good relationship with the K-State AD, and they've been pretty confident they can keep him. But it's guys like that I think kind of slipped under the discussion that we got to at least say, are they for sure out of the picture here yet? I think you got to at least ask that.
So let me ask you a question about Lance Leipold here. Just your opinion, okay? So I've heard that he has had a contract extension on his desk for quite a while here that would basically double his salary at Kansas. If you were in a position at a job that you really liked, and they were like, hey, here's a contract that doubles your salary, how fast do you sign it?
Well, I think your point, in asking the question, you make the point. It's like, if that's true, why wouldn't you have signed it yet, if that's true? And that has been the scuttlebutt we've heard too, is that they're trying to beef up his contract, and that opportunity could be there for him. Some of this stuff, gets passed on through different channels, so you always got to think about that. It's a little hazy, but
sure.
I do think if I were him, if this is any of us with a job and you have leverage, you usually take advantage of that leverage for as long as you can. And if a big decision like this, Lance Leipold, I think he's 58 years old.
Yes, yep.
This might be the cycle where he's making the decision of his coaching life. And I'm not saying that he can't have other opportunities a year or two down from the road. He certainly could. But it happens to involve this year very schools that you would maybe connect him with, right, from his past that happen to need coaches. And so if I were him, even if I had that if that were true and that's sitting on my desk, I totally understand where you would think about it long and hard and let it play out. And what's Kansas going to do if that were the truth? They want him around. It's not like they're going to say, well, buzz off, buddy. He could not sign anything, and Kansas still wants him.
Right.
If that's the case, that I get it. And man, what a decision if that's in front of him. If he has a couple options like that, or if it ends up working that way. And all this stuff, I kind of put an if in front of, and I hope people hear that on the radio, because I think you got to be careful every line you say. Somebody jumps on it, but we definitely are at our place at Husker 24/7. I think Leipold's one of those guys we're still interested in. I'll say that.
Okay. Question about timing here, and then we'll move on to actual games that are played. What would your level of surprise be if Nebraska hadn't named a head coach by the Monday after the Iowa game?
Pretty surprised, I would. Yeah. I've always thought that was the weekend. Now, I guess there's guys who could be coaching and something, and maybe even take it into that conference championship weekend. And I know some people snicker at this, but Jeff Monken's name has kept popping up on with different people that are respected in this profession, and I think Trev knows about him pretty well. Trev's son went to, I believe, West Point, and knows about Monken's, what he's done there. And Monken is really well respected, like in the coaching community. I know that for sure. Like if you call around and ask coaches about really good guys who know what they're doing, and probably guys who could build up your trenches, or when we talk about Nebraska being Nebraska again in the trenches, he's maybe one of those guys people say, if you want to get back to Nebraska, be Nebraska, some guy like that. And I'm only talking about him now because you asked about the timetable. And it's funny to me if like he were actually in the case, there's an Army-Navy game that's a big deal in this country. And that'd be a
December
fascinating
10th, I think, is when that game gets played.
Yeah.
This place would burn to the ground, BC.
Yeah, I know. So I just again, not saying it's Jeff Monken. I mean, it's just funny things you think about, like in this search. Like, if he were a guy, like how would that pan out? Are you allowed, if you're the coach of Army or Navy, to say, "Hey, I can't coach in that game," or do you get dishonorably discharged or something? I don't know. But the date people need to know is December 5th. That's when the portal opens up for business again. And that's only a week after Iowa, basically. And it's not just have a guy by December 4th. You would ideally want a guy for like
a few days at
least in front of that if you could, because he's got to recruit his own roster. So guys aren't, his whole roster isn't jumping in the portal. So it is a very sticky situation with the portal and the early signing date. I don't think the early signing date's going to crush Nebraska as much because they've got a lot of good in-state commits in this class, and I feel like sort of a nucleus that's going to hold tight. But the portal thing really puts you up against it when you're making decisions like this anymore.
We're talking with Bryan Christopherson of Husker 24/7. All right, so I wanted to jump to basketball. St. John's in Nebraska played last night. Pretty good first half for Nebraska. Really terrible second half for Nebraska. While watching that second half, what did you see? Obviously, shots weren't going in, but what did you see go wrong for Nebraska in the second half against St. John's?
Well, I mean, Hoiberg talked about it going into that game, how St. John's defense just fuels their offense. Of course, Mike Anderson's from the 40 Minutes to Hell school, that of Nolan Richardson background, where it's just pressure your tail off for 40 minutes and get turnovers, feed easy buckets, and that's what St. John's did. And Sam Grissel is a very, I think they feel very good about him in that point guard spot and not making mistakes. He had a bad second half. I mean, and he would, I think, be the first to say it. I think he ended up with 8 turnovers, and it was just the St. John's commotion really got to Nebraska, and it got ugly in a hurry. I know there's a lot of skeptics about this team who think it's like another 10, 11 win squad. And I'm not here to say they're different than that. I think they have to really prove they are. I also want to be careful that you don't just jump the gun on a team, like in that, how it is, you know this well, like in that third or fourth game, in November, you got to be careful with that. So let's see how they come back from this. They play Pine Bluff Sunday, which isn't going to win anybody over, but Pine Bluff took TCU to the wire and only lost by 1 and lost by 8 at Oklahoma. So that could be a sticky little game. So you gotta get right back at it and just have confidence in yourself behind closed doors. And let's be real, they need Derek Walker back. I mean, that's just a big piece that's missing, and you can tell. And Hoiberg on the post-game radio show sounded like he was hopeful it'd be soon, but it hasn't happened yet. And without him, I just don't think it's the team. It's quite the team they think they can be without him.
Are there any positives you can take away from that game last night against St. John's?
I think in the first half, you could say that was, I thought through 20 minutes, if you're to discuss that first 20, you'd say that was sort of what, it was kind of ugly, but sort of what Hoiberg had building his roster for in the offseason, where they just played tough defense and they were really scrapping and first to the floor. And they are a little bit offensively challenged sometimes, but they were playing the game on their terms. in the first half, and St. John's was frustrated by it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think you show your guys that and you say, we did this to them for 20 minutes, and then they completely turned the table on us and did the opposite to us. And I think that's what you're probably talking with their team about. So the first 20 minutes was an example of them being like kind of a grinder team that, I'm not saying built in that Rutgers cloth, but you know how Rutgers has sort of built their team up where they can win ugly games, each of 58-55 and stuff like that. I think you were seeing a little of that in the first 20 minutes. Now, the question is, can you extend that beyond that and be a full 40-minute team like that? And they got to find some more offensive weapons. And again, I think some of that goes back to Derek Walker.
Is there any part of you that looks at that game yesterday and says, there's not really anybody in the Big Ten that necessarily plays like St. John's? Our style probably lends itself better to Big Ten play than it did to the game last night?
Yeah, you could probably try to convince yourself of that. And I think there's some truth. I think St. John's does play a completely different style than most teams they're going to see in the league. And, I know Nebraska going into it, Hoiberg talked about how they were practicing. It was the old deal where you put like 6 defenders on the court, in practices, and you try to duplicate what they're going to bring, but you can't quite do it. The St. John, Mike Anderson and coaches who are from that Nolan Richardson background, they seem to me to know exactly the type of guys they need for that. And, they have such guys with such quick hands and just, it was on display in that game. So I don't know what St. John's is going to end up being. I thought in the second half, sort of getting away from Nebraska a little bit, I thought they looked like a really competent team that, you could see pop up on a bracket, but maybe I'm wrong on that. So we'll just have to see if that was just a tough loss to a team that's pretty good, or if it was just a bad loss to a mediocre team that was probably a sign of things to come. We have to kind of see how that plays out.
Bryan, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yep, thanks a lot.
That's our friend Bryan Christopherson from Husker 24/7. Josh, got a question for you.
I take questions, yes.
What was your screen name?
Oh,
do you remember? Were you an AIM guy? Or
I was.
Yeah. Because we're about the same age. I figured you were.
There were some numbers after it. I don't remember the numbers.
That's fair.
It was, I believe it was Big J 21129 1147, something like that.
Sure, of course. Big J. That sounds right.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Something about junior high boys wanting to let people know that they're bigger than they actually are.
Did you have any burners? Like, do you have any like secondary screen names?
No burners.
Okay. Because that's kind of where the burners started,
Yeah.
with screen names. You try and like fool your friends and things like
who's
that.
this person I'm talking to?
Yeah, who's this stranger?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. I love AIM was a great time in the internet.
What was yours?
It was respiradero.
Oh.
That is the Spanish word roughly translating to blowhole. There was
terrific.
So my brother and I don't know where this started, but my brother and I had this thing where we thought blowhole sounded like a really dirty word.
Oh yeah, no,
because it does.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the breathing apparatus of a whale or dolphin, right? And so we would yell the word blowhole in public spaces and back and forth to each other. And we found it hilarious because we were teenage boys. And this happened so often that, I started to identify with the word blowhole.
Okay.
And so in my first day of Spanish class in high school, I asked my teacher, I believe her name was Mrs. Hoffman.
Hey, Mrs. Hoffman.
I don't know if she listens, but I asked her, I go, hey, what's the Spanish word for blowhole? And to her credit, she just kind of stared at me for a second, looked up trying to figure it out, and she said, respiradero.
All right.
And I go, all right. Like a whale's blowhole. And she's like, yeah, respiradero. So that's what it was. It was respiradero, blowhole in Spanish.
Credit her for actually telling you. Most teachers, I feel, would say, no, Get out of here.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. I was like, I think she may have mistaken me for just a curious biological mind of the, like a big aquamarine life fan. No, I just like yelling dirty sounding words at my brother across the halls in school. So yeah, Respiradero. That was my AIM screen name. So there you go.
I like it.
If you'd like to tell us your AIM screen name, I didn't set up the show at all today. You can get in touch with us on the Lust Hills Harley Davidson hotline, 402-951-1620. You can text us as well. You can email Josh on the Equitable Bank inbox. We take banking personally, equitableonline.com. You can also get us on the J-Tech Construction. Oh, I forgot to give you the email. Josh O at 1620thezone.com. I'm killing it today. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at Happer Show or at R.A. Lula. That's R-A-L-U-L-L-A. If Twitter burns to the ground, that's also my Instagram. You can follow me there if you want to follow me on Instagram. It's mostly, it used to be a lot of workout stuff. Now it's mostly my dogs or me in suits.
Oh, people like dog Instagram. Dogs of Instagram, very popular hashtag.
Yeah, there's a lot of my dogs on there. There's a series that I do where my dog Doug is begging for food.
Okay.
And I rate his begging on a scale of 1 to 10. I believe the most recent one was an 11. He went over the top on that one. So it's a cute series. He's, listen, they're not the best trained dogs. They're very kind and very loving, but they will beg for food. That's always going to happen.
Yeah, they got to get a treat.
Have to. And I'm a sucker. I always give them food.
Yeah.
Which is why they do it.
Because you're a good dog owner.
I am a good dog owner. You can also, we've had a couple of our guests on already on the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard lineup. We've had Bryan Munson from Husker Online, Brian Christopherson from Husker 24/7, and we will have Steve Sipple at the 1 o'clock hour from Husker Online as well. Coming up next, also part of our lineup, is the Odd News. That's coming up. That's next. And then I promise in the 12 o'clock hour, we will finish our coaching galaxy brain. I'll give you the name you're going to hate, but checks all the boxes. And I'll kind of break down on some logic who I think the prime candidates are for this job still. Because nothing you've heard can be believed. Trev has gone full Michael Scott, telling people lies around the office to cover up Stanley's affair. That's all coming up next here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and we have more NFL betting options for you with the FanDuel Sportsbook. And here's what's great about FanDuel. You can combine props in an individual game with other bets from that same game. It's called the Same Game Parlay, and you score even bigger payouts. You could push that number up. A lot of great games on Sunday. You got Chiefs-Chargers on Sunday night. Maybe you take a look at that one. The Chargers are desperate. Can the Chiefs put a stranglehold on the AFC West? And you can go inside that game, take a Mahomes over, take a Justin Herbert to throw an interception, take an Austin Eckler to score an anytime touchdown. And that's just one of the reasons that I bet with FanDuel. There's also the live betting aspect. Also, fast withdrawals. You get paid out immediately when you win. There's no feeling like nailing a same-game parlay, so lock in your bet today on FanDuel Sportsbook. If you're new, sign up with promo code HAPPER for your no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's promo code HAPPER. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's, and a happy holiday season for you. It is a great time to prepare for ice cream. It's always a great time for ice cream, right? But here's how you prepare. You go and you get a gift card. And then you give it to someone, and you know what they do? They love you forever because you've given them ice cream, and you've given them Ted and Wally's ultra premium ice cream as well, made with 20% butterfat over 35 years with 3,000 different flavors. They also have great merchandise as well, all with the gift card. Head over to 2 locations, Benson and the Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
Buy your next vehicle your way from anywhere with Woodhouse. Start your journey online at woodhouse.com. Easily shop all new and pre-owned inventory. Explore payment options and apply for financing. Ready to purchase? Schedule your new vehicle for pickup from the dealership or have it delivered to your driveway. Need a little extra help in determining your perfect vehicle? Our knowledgeable and local dealerships can guide you to the vehicle that best matches your needs. Experience car buying your way with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
From basketball to volleyball, baseball to softball, soccer, tennis, and so much more, the Creighton sports season is packed with action. The 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law, covers it all. Each week, we visit with Blue Jay athletes and coaches to hear their stories and document their climb through the Big East Conference. The 1620 The Jays podcast drops each Friday morning and is found at 1620thezone.com and all major podcast platforms. Just search 1620 The Jays. Covering all things Creighton Blue Jays, it's the 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law from 1620 The Zone.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for Maverick basketball. Cheer on your Omaha Mavericks as the women's basketball team welcomes their crosstown rival, the Creighton Blue Jays, to Baxter Arena. Come support your Omaha Maverick women as they take on the 20th ranked Creighton Blue Jays Tuesday at 7:05. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now at Baxter Arena box office, 67th and Center by calling 402-554-MAVS or at omavs.com/tics. We'll see you at the Baxter on Tuesday. And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
Welcome back to the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Connor is absent, which means Ravi Lula is here. Josh,
it's going to go down as an unexcused absence for Connor.
Yeah, this is a truancy, as they call it back in the day. This is Ravi Lula, Josh Odson. It's time for the odd news, as that music always indicates. Josh, what do you have for us today?
I have, are you're not a tattoo guy, are you, Ravi?
I have 3.
Oh, well, look at me getting that one
There's
dead
one
wrong.
here. It's pretty big.
Yeah, okay. Probably should have seen that.
And then I got one on my chest and one on my shoulder.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a tattoo inside of a McDonald's before?
I have not, no.
Okay, would you consider that idea?
I'm going to pass on a tattoo inside of a McDonald's.
Okay, well, you're of legal age to get one at a tattoo parlor, so you probably don't have to go to a South Carolina McDonald's where a man has pled guilty to charges that he gave a minor a tattoo while seated at a table in the dining room of a McDonald's restaurant.
Okay.
Brandon Prescia, 29 years young, last month, copped to a pair of misdemeanors in connection with illegal inking at a McDonald's in Lawrence, South Carolina, about 35 miles south of Spartanburg, if you're trying to get your geography.
I've been to
right on
Spartanburg. Just for the record,
Look at you. Good trip. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Would you recommend?
No, do not recommend.
Oh, okay.
Especially if you're of the heavily pigmented variation.
Okay, I was wondering if that was going to play.
It was a factor. It was a factor.
Okay,
It was
that's fair.
Awkward.
Prussia convicted of tattooing a minor and tattooing without a license. He was sentenced to 9 months in custody. That was busted down to 18 months of probation because, our jails are full. But that's neither here nor there. Police learned of the McTattooing after a female customer, frustrated by a Friday night backup in the drive-thru line, peered into the restaurant and spotted Prussia applying a tattoo to the minor's arms. The woman recorded the tattoo in question, and the video clip was sent to police. As she filmed, you can hear her complain, "He's out here doing tattoos instead of getting food orders ready." What a way to get caught.
So it wasn't even that they were upset about the tattooing.
No.
It was that their food wasn't getting to them fast enough.
I'm sitting in line.
If the service had been better, no one cares.
No problem.
So here, I have a follow-up question here.
Okay.
So the two charges were tattooing a minor and tattooing without a license.
Correct.
So if he had a license and the person was over 18, would it be okay to tattoo someone in a McDonald's?
Yes, I'm going to assume the tattoo board might have some sterilization questions, but other than that,
if the person consents to it, I think you're okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not actually the tattooing in the McDonald's that got him in trouble.
No,
it was the other issues.
I would be shocked if the health department didn't come in like sometime next week.
But
and
that's not a
root
legal
around.
issue.
No.
That's a health code violation.
Yeah.
All right. So, moral of the story, if you're going to run a tattoo shop out of the McDonald's that you work at, make sure you're getting your food orders out on time.
Yeah, you got to be able to do both.
Yeah, multitasking is key here if you're going to have multiple jobs. I would know.
And I'm only going to do 2 odd news stories today because this next one's a little hefty.
Okay. Like heavy or hefty?
Hefty. Like it's a long story.
Okay.
It's a 3-pager.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does pertain to one of my favorite early memories of my time here with Ravi.
Okay.
It was December of last year, still relatively new here. Ravi and I did a show together during the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And that was just a fun day for me personally. Duke's Mayo is, they're famous for after the game, they dump a bucket of mayo on the winning head coach.
Sure, yeah.
They are looking for someone to be the mayo dumper.
Oh.
Here in about 6 weeks.
It's a job.
It's a job, and they want someone to fill it. They have now released the requirements for how to be the mayo dumper. We'll get you the
you gotta be pretty strong, I would think. Yeah.
That is definitely one of the questions asked.
Yeah.
The big picture idea is you go to their social media page, you tell them why you should be in the running using the hashtag mayo dump.
I gotta say, if you've ever had a mayo dump before, unpleasant.
You also have to tag Duke's Mayo on social media when you use the hashtag mayo dump. But somebody went deep and asked, like, what specifically are you looking for in a mayo dumper? And yes, I'm going to say mayo dumper a lot when I do this story, because what the hell else am I supposed to call
Well,
it?
listen, if you're supposed to hashtag mayo dump to apply for the mayo dump job, that means the person having the job is the mayo dumper. There's no way around that.
The fine folks at Duke's said they cannot share the full list of criteria. I'm not sure why.
That doesn't seem like a real thing.
Feels a little sketchy, honestly.
Yeah.
But you need to be able to lift and dump a large cooler of mayo over someone's head. For reference, each gallon of mayo weighs 7.5 pounds. So that is at least 30 pounds of mayo plus the weight and bulk of the cooler itself.
Okay.
You got to take that into effect. So
This isn't just pick it up. You got to be able to pick it up and dump it and lift it and turn and pull.
Carrying the whole time. Yes.
This is not an easy job, not light lifting, if you will.
This next question feels like profiling, but I will read it anyway.
All right.
Say someone is a husky sports writer with a deep appreciation for mayonnaise. Would they, for instance, be someone who could be a good dumper at the Duke's Mayo Bowl? Let's just say the vibes are strong there. A lot of strong applications coming in. If you're selected, you will be contacted in 10 days. So you really only got like a week, 10 days here.
You've got between now and when Trev announces a head football coach
That's right.
to become the Mayo Dumpa.
If we're doing a press conference, it's too late. Your time is lost.
Is it more fun to say it with a Boston accent, Mayo Dumpa?
Mayo Dumpa, disgusting.
Sorry, continue.
Let's see. So we know Mayo needs to be dumped on a coach. What are you looking to find? Why are you looking for a fan to do this? Well, obviously for social media clout.
Sure.
Which, what does that mean anymore? Twitter's dead.
R.I.P.
And to create memorable moments for our devoted fans. They will choose 2 fans. They have a small selection committee from both the Dukes Mayo side of things and the Charlotte Sports Foundation side of things. So it's not strictly Dukes Mayo doing business for themselves here. This is above board. Want to be crystal clear about that.
Yeah, full transparency on the selection committee.
We can share that the Mayo Dumpers by nature will have to be able to lift the cooler and show their college football fandom. They will be announced publicly, as I said, the 28th. They will get you 2 tickets to the game, and then they will tell you what you need to do when the time comes. It is all part of charity. Dukes Mayo will donate $10,000 to a charity of the winning coach's choosing. So when you ask yourself, why would the coach who won a bowl game sit down and voluntarily have Mayo dumped on them?
Yeah.
It's $10,000 for charity.
For their charity of their choice.
Yes. Let's see. This year, a Big Ten team
Are they going to be in the Mayo Bowl?
Yes. They have.
We could be looking at Wisconsin here.
Yeah. This year's bowl tie-ins for the Dukes Mayo Bowl is ACC versus Big Ten.
Okay. Do we know what place in the ACC? Usually they give you like ACC 4, Big Ten 6.
I don't have that right in front of me, but we will go to just at random Brett McMurphy's.
He probably would know.
Yeah.
So I think I might apply for this.
Okay.
I think maybe we should put it on the poll. Should Ravi apply to be the Mayo Dumper? Because couple things. A, I'm strong enough to do it. I could dump the Mayo.
Absolutely.
B, love college football. C, there's an outside chance that this is Wisconsin, and I would love to dump Mayo on anyone from Wisconsin.
Right now,
I hate that place.
The projected matchup for the Dukes Mayo Bowl, according to Brett McMurphy, obviously everyone's going to be a little different here. Friday, December 30th is the game in Charlotte. Florida State versus Maryland. You, a Florida State guy. Yeah.
I feel a little bad dumping it on our Lord and Savior Mike Norvell, but I would do it. Maybe I could negotiate him to give it to the charity of my choice.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at you, JDRF. Let's cure diabetes.
I was going to say, what would shout out your charity?
Absolutely, JDRF. Diabetes sucks. It's incredibly self-serving, and I don't even care.
No, I mean, it's a charity of your choice. It's literally self-serving.
Cure me, damn it. I'm over this. I think I would like to dump Mayo on someone. I think I'm going to apply.
At Happer Show on Twitter, should Ravi Lula apply to be the Mayo Dumper?
Yeah, if it comes back, yes, I will do it. I will dump the Mayo. I will go to Charlotte, and I will dump that Mayo.
You will fulfill your obligations.
Absolutely. They better put you up too. You know what I mean? I would imagine.
I believe I threw the article away. I apologize.
That was hasty.
Well, yeah, it was. I work quick here. It said, I believe you have to get to Charlotte.
Okay.
But they'll get you into the game and all of that.
I've got some miles. I've got some frequent flyer miles I could use.
Brag much.
So,
CBS Sports has on their bowl projections right now, NC State versus Illinois. I would like to dump Mayo on Brett Bielema because I just think he'd enjoy the process.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's a punishment for him. That sounds like a Saturday night after the game. Just take some Mayo bath in there.
I keep telling those people at the Golden Corral, you need a Mayo fountain.
He's just got a tub filled with Mayo. That's in his contract. Instead of an ice tub, it's in the locker room. Just a Duke's Mayo tub. It's like, it's good for my skin.
It's good. Reverts the aging process.
Oh. Yeah, I think if you had to pick a coach that would enjoy the Mayo dump, it's Brett Bielema, right?
I think now that Mark Mangino is out of the game, and Charlie Weiss, Brett Bielema might be our fat coach that we. Obviously, Andy Reid not an option here.
Yeah. Oh, Andy Reid seems like Andy Reid, I feel like would just open his mouth and be like, "Pour it all in."
Don't tell my wife.
You're right. That was a good story. We're gonna wait for the results on whether or not I should apply to be the Mayo dumper. But I'm leaning towards yes right now. I'm gonna vote so I can be part of the process here.
Okay. The fix is in.
It's not a fix. Listen, when you run for office, you're allowed to vote for yourself, despite what Bobby Newport believes. Bobby Newport.
Oh, that makes me sound like a bad person.
That was really mean. That was the odd news. It was odd indeed. So we've had a lot of you filter in with your AIM screen names.
That's right. Yes.
We'll do that when we come back.
Okay.
And then I will get into I will finish my Coach Galaxy Brain thing that I did yesterday. You may or may not end up leaving that or my hypothesizing, knowing exactly who the coach is going to be. Most likely not, but I feel like I gave it a reasonable look with logic to see what we can believe.
Yeah, your opinion is just as valid as anyone else's.
Probably more so.
That would be in my next step. Yeah,
a lot of people are pretty dumb.
Yeah, I mean, your words, not mine. But I'm not going to fight you on it.
I'm just saying, there's people out there that actually believe Deion Sanders is going to be the coach at Nebraska.
Why not? He's a big deal.
My opinion is more valid than theirs. I'm just going to go out there and say that.
Okay.
No, we'll get to my logic here and how we got there, and how my logic led me to a name that you're going to hate. You're going to hate it. That's all coming up next on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet to shop inventory or to order your new vehicle. And we're your Chevrolet Business Elite dealer, offering medium-duty trucks and low-cab forwards.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Chevy, find new roads.
Hi, everybody. Gary Sharp, voice of Omaha men's basketball. The Mavs begin a 7-game road trip. That's right, 7 games at Carver Hawkeye Arena against the Iowa Hawkeyes out of the Big Ten. The last time the Mavs went to Iowa City, they walked away with a victory. Will they do it? Coming up on Monday night, 6:30 pregame on News Talk 1290 Coil. Tip-off 7 o'clock.
Last year, I enrolled my family for health care coverage through the Health Insurance Marketplace. Do I need to enroll again?
Yes, we have seen the plans available through the Marketplace change, and new options may be available. You must re-enroll for 2023 to ensure you or your family are in the right plan for your budget and needs. Charles Drew Health Center in Omaha can help. Just call 402-451-3553 to set up an appointment with a team member.
I don't have health coverage, and I'm worried that if I get sick, I can't afford the medical bills. How do I get started?
Getting started is easy and free. Just call to set up an appointment with a Navigator enrollment specialist. We will explain your coverage options, answer any questions, help you enroll, and see if you qualify for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st through January 15th. Re-enroll in healthcare coverage or enroll for the first time. Call Charles Drew Health Center at 402-451-3553 to set up an appointment.
It's the first round of the Maui Invitational. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Pre-game coverage begins Monday at 1 p.m. Tip-off at 1:30. The Blue Jays in Maui on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Now is the time for a furnace inspection, and McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning is here to help. An annual furnace inspection and tune-up from McCarthy's is essential to keep dangerous carbon monoxide from leaking into your home. Join McCarthy's Comfort Club and get a twice-annual inspection of your furnace and AC, discounts on repairs, and priority service, all for a low monthly price that will never go up. Visit McCarthy's1hour.com and schedule your furnace tune-up. Stay warm and safe with McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
Cubby's supports the PACE program with Raise Some Dough. For every large pizza sold at Cubby's in the Old Market, Cubby's gives $1 to the Police Athletic League, serving at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children with athletic and educational programs. PACE has over 5,800 program participants. The league reaches kids that would not normally be able to participate in athletics like soccer and baseball due to financial situations and family dynamics. PACE wants to give every kid the opportunity at athletics and a healthy and safe environment. If you'd like to support PACE too, go to paceomaha.org.
Listen to Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay Overtime, the Creighton men's basketball postgame show on 1620 The Zone. Live from DJ's Dugout downtown. It's right after every home game, presented by Barry Law. Exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Welcome back to the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula in for Connor Happer. Josh Otson here as always because I demand it.
You're a very demanding guy.
I am. I expect a lot out of people.
But it's a polite demand? Like it's...
Yeah, like I ask nicely, but it's a total non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So people think they have a choice, but really it's a...
He made me think it was my idea.
Yeah. It's I call it incepting. So let's we've got some screen names people threw out there as I requested, because I don't know if you were on Twitter last night. It seemed like it was all going to burn to the ground. Still might. They have, and okay, so I know, just if you don't know what's going on, a lot of Twitter employees quit. A lot were fired before that, but a lot of essential Twitter employees quit yesterday, and it's really hard to make technical websites work well without the engineers and people that make them work well.
Hot take by you. But,
yes,
but yeah,
it's a hot take. So,
and then they locked the doors.
Yes,
they said, "Oh, you're all going to quit."
Locked everybody out.
You can't come in if you want to.
So there's some trouble there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it looks like.
No.
But if something goes wrong, which does happen with these things, usually it's fixed before the end user notices, Twitter's going to be in some trouble. They don't have a lot of people to fix the things that would need fixed right now. So it was, people were like, oh, you got to go to Mastodon. You got to go to, I gave out my Instagram. I don't have a Mastodon. It seems very complicated. You have to like choose a server to be a part of. I don't know what any of that means. If that's what ends up being the thing, I'm sure I'll join it. But for now, I'm on Instagram at RA Lula, same as my Twitter. If the tweeters go down, I'll move all my sports content over to Instagram until I figure out how Mastodon works or whatever everyone decides to use. I'm a follower in these things. I'm not going to innovate a new technology.
Yeah, I'm going to let it shake out.
Yeah, I'm going to keep Instagram because I already have that.
Yeah.
And then I'll figure out where everyone else is going for the sports things, and then I'll go there. But everyone was talking about, okay, where are we going to go? And I'm just going to cough, apparently.
Yeah.
The OG of internet communication got brought up quite a bit, AOL Instant Messenger. For people of a certain age.
Revolutionary.
It was incredible. It was a huge part of my formative years.
I don't have to go over to Jimmy's house to talk to Jimmy. I can just do it on this box.
Don't have to call anyone ever. This is where it started, that people our age hate calling people. Mm-hmm. It started with AOL Instant Messenger, right?
I haven't had a phone conversation in 25 years.
And I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Right? Talking on the phone is not for us.
Nope.
There's people of a certain age. If AOL Instant Messenger came around while you were a school-aged person, you probably hate talking on the phone. And it was probably a very big deal for you. The funny thing about AOL Instant Messenger is everyone's screen name was terrible.
Yeah,
for the most part.
A lot of like BC's nickname was
It's
a
perfect
big dog
example.
and a bunch of numbers.
He was probably, I know nothing about BC as a, middle school kid. He was probably like 4'11", 95 pounds.
Yeah.
Far from a big dog, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to be a big dog.
Got to tell people the other side of the box, whoever's talking to me, they don't know I'm not a big dog, but I got to tell them.
I'm going to be I got a big dog heart.
Yeah.
I got that dog in me. So yeah, I asked you to give us your screen names, and Josh has received some of those.
I have received some.
What are some of the best that we've gotten?
We have Diablo Scratch.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Cool Beans, no spaces.
Cool Beans was a big thing back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool Beans was the thing people said.
Asian Joe gave us his. That's I'm not calling him Asian Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Self-identifies as Asian Joe.
Jay, can I say this over there? Jay Evans 15. 15 was his birth date, but he got some weird messages with the 15 being behind it. He said,
"Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that."
Derek sent us his. It is, I will spell it out. NUTINBUT sports. Nothing but sports.
That's probably not how I would have pronounced it.
John Schreiner. You know John.
I'm familiar, yeah.
Braska Husker Boy.
Braska Husker Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Producer of Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Nick Grimm.
Oh, this has got to be good.
Noted jerk says, I'm 25.
We hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unreasonable.
I'm 25. I don't know what you olds are talking about. Shut up, Nick.
I got a cell phone when I was 7, and actually, the reason he doesn't have it is because he didn't have internet until he was like 18.
But he had Big Ten Network.
Well, yeah, because Iowa, right? Got to. Diablo Scratch, I think, is my favorite. Diablo Scratch is a good one.
I got one more.
What do we got?
Where'd it go? Where's my Twitter? Okay. Ladies Man 10.
Oh, perfect.
My friends made fun of me because it was an inaccurate portrayal of my life.
That's a classic. That's right in the big dog neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised we didn't get a Mac Daddy or a like Big Pimpin'.
Plenty of show left.
Somebody out there was Mac Daddy 12 or something. Had to have been. I actually stand by mine. Respiradero, that's a clever one. I like it. It was exotic. People didn't know what it meant. Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Did you tell people it meant blowhole, or did you tell people like, oh no, that's the Spanish for you're a beautiful woman?
No, so there were some people that knew what it meant, but a lot of times I was like, well, you just have to figure it out. It was a very mysterious thing. I liked being cryptic. As some people may have noticed, that's not a trait that's totally left me, as I've teased a college football head coach's name for the last 2 hours. But you know what? I'm going to do it now. We're going to do it now.
Strap in, fellas.
Strap it on.
And ladies.
That was a reference for you. I don't know if you got that.
I missed it.
Okay.
It's too busy getting my shtick in.
We'll go later. Okay. I'll go over it later. So here's where we're at, okay? I think Trev Alberts is doing his best Michael Scott impression from the episode Gossip in season 6, where Michael Scott, not mistakenly, but he reveals Stanley's affair, and in order to cover up the affair, he puts out a bunch of BS so that nobody knows what's true. Is that a good summary of where we're at, of what I've laid out here? I think the real information, or some real information, has gotten out. And in order to cover it up, Trev has thrown a bunch of nonsense out there, leaked a bunch of crap that's not true to cover up his actual plans. Now you have to ask yourself, what would justify that level of effort to keep a name out of the public arena? To me, there's only a couple options here. Number one, it's Jeff Monken. And the Army-Navy game, which is not till December 10th, puts you in a really awkward spot if his name gets out.
We're stalling.
There is a reverence for that game in the service academies and as BC mentioned, Trev's kid played for Army. He would have even higher reverence than most of us for that situation and for Jeff Monken to keep his name out of it.
Let me stop you right here. Would it be like, I understand Monken couldn't do any work in Lincoln while coaching at Army, but could you?
I think it would be seen as disrespectful to his current job and to the Army-Navy game.
To even let it be known?
To even be known that you were pursuing another job.
Okay. And I think that's fair, but I was wondering if there was sort of a middle ground of, hey, this isn't a coaching search that has gone awry. We have our guy. We just can't get to him yet. He's right over there. That's who it is. We got our guy, but we're going to respectfully let him finish the job.
I think it would be seen as disrespectful from the Army-Navy standpoint, and honestly, maybe even from Trev's standpoint, to have that be a distraction from what they do over there.
Sure.
That's the vibe that I've gotten, okay? But I don't think it's Jeff Monken because he doesn't have the Power 5 experience that Trev has said he wants, and it would be the cheap option, which Trev has said money's not a factor, okay? So unless a lot of people have said no, and based on his comments from Husker Sports Nightly, where there's even a larger respect for this job than he anticipated, I'm going to assume that you haven't had 10 people say no to where you got to Jeff Monken. Now, somebody asked on the stream, I love Jeff Monken. I think he's a really, really good football coach. I think he's incredibly good at what he does. I think that's one of the hardest jobs in the country. And if you look at before he got there, they struggled for a really long time before he got there. And he has said on the record he wouldn't run triple option outside of a service academy. He learned it coming up under Paul Johnson at Georgia Southern and at Georgia Tech. But he has said he would modernize his offense if he was outside of the service academy. This is what works here more than this is what I want to do. He would have triple option concepts, but I think he'd be looking a lot more like a Gus Malzahn or a Jamie Chadwell offense if Monken were to go to a higher profile program. I don't think it's Monken, but somebody asked me my opinion on him. I'm a big fan of his, just not for Nebraska. I hope he gets a shot at a big-time job, though. So that's where we're at. It's either Jeff Monken, who I don't think it is, but to go to this effort, the only other thing that makes sense to me, if what I'm saying is true, and I think it is, because I have heard that Trev is putting out misinformation, or at least encouraging misinformation. The other option is this is a high-profile sitting head coach. Because that's the only other way this makes sense to go through this amount of effort to keep it quiet. Unless Trev is just like a sociopath and he thinks it's fun, which is on the table, to be fair.
He was very buttoned up at Omaha. Very little got out when he was over there.
But to go through this level of effort, which I have to imagine is enormous, to keep this quiet or to make it seem like no good information is getting out, this has to be, in my opinion, a high-profile sitting head coach. So where does that put us? Who are some of the high-profile sitting head coaches that this would make a difference for?
Nick Saban.
Number one. No, I'm just kidding. You've got Mike Gundy, Lane Kiffin, Mark Stoops, Dave Aranda, Luke Fickell. Those are, in my opinion, the high-profile head coach names that could be in play. Now, I don't know if that's one of those guys. I don't know if he's getting one of those guys. Here's what I think is happening. I think he is going for one of those super high-profile guys. Now, let's narrow that down a little bit because I gave you 5 names. I gave you Urban. Or no, Urban's not sitting. I gave you Gundy, Lane, Aranda, Stoops, and Fickell. So it's 5 guys. So let's narrow that down. He said he's not looking to win the press conference. So I'm taking Lane out right away. I'm also taking Gundy. Those are win the press conference names. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. I also don't know that what I've heard about Lane, I don't know that Trev would look at him as a grinder. I think Lane works incredibly hard. He also likes to have a social life.
Yeah, Lane likes to mingle with the boosters, and that's okay, but
coming off of what Nebraska's coming off of, and specifically with what Trev has said he's looking for, I don't think that lines up the same way.
Bingo.
Okay? So that leaves us, and I think Gundy is too much of a win the press conference guy. A lot of the other things that Trev is looking for, I don't think he lines up. So that leaves you with Stoops, Aranda, and Fickle. Now, Fickle doesn't technically have Power 5 head coaching experience, but he has a ton of experience in the Big Ten, and he has taken a team to the playoffs. So I'm going to count him as having Power 5 experience.
People forget.
Aranda has connections to current staff members, is at a Power 5, has experience in the Big Ten. Stoops has experience in the SEC as a head coach, has experience in the ACC as a coordinator with Florida State before he went to Kentucky. And here's a wild card with Stoops. There's a rumor that family situations would want him to move closer to the Midwest. Apparently, I don't like getting in guys' personal life too much. Apparently, him and his wife are no longer together. She's taking the kids to Colorado. Nebraska's a hell of a lot closer to Colorado than Kentucky is.
Well, hold on. Let me look. Can
we do some research? Can we do mileage here?
Kentucky, Colorado, Nebraska. No, that tracks.
Can't confirm. Nebraska's closer to Colorado than Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that matters. Maybe it doesn't.
Did my own research.
But if we're looking at high-profile guys, I think the names you're looking at are Stoops, Aranda, and Fickle. Okay? Because I don't think you have, Rule, Urban, not sitting head coaches. O'Brien, not a sitting head coach. I don't think you have to be this secretive in order to get that job done. Campbell, not high profile enough that you have to be this secretive.
I think this year specifically has
100%
ruined Campbell.
I don't think it's ruined him, but I think it has spoiled him as a candidate for this year.
That'd be a hard sell.
The perception of him, so would some of these other guys, but particularly Campbell would be a really hard sell this year, even though I think he's still a really good head football coach. There's some other names out there. Leipold, I don't think is high profile enough to require this level of secrecy. Dave Doran, I don't think is high profile enough to require this level of secrecy.
Yeah, if you're going to take someone from Kansas, NC State, those ranks,
it's totally understandable.
Yeah, those are stepping stones.
If you're those,
jobs.
That to me, I don't think you have to have this level of secrecy. Mm-hmm. So the guys I'm narrowed in on, and listen, I do think Leipold's a real candidate.
Yeah,
but I think he's the backup candidate, and that's not an insult to him. I think Trev is going to shoot his shot with a Stoops, an Aranda, or a Luke Fickle.
And then make a guy say no first.
And then a guy like Leipold is the backup candidate. Because here's what we know about Lance Leipold. This is why I think he's a real candidate. I don't think he's the first choice, but I do think he's a real candidate. I think there's a legitimate shot that he ends up as the Nebraska head coach if those other three guys say no. I said this with BC. Lance Leipold, I am fairly certain, because I've talked to people, I'm fairly certain Lance Leipold has had an extension on his desk for about a month that would double his salary at Kansas. He currently makes 2.8. The rumor is it's about $6 million a year. That's more than doubles his salary. I've heard anywhere between 5 and 6. I've heard 6 more than 5. So I ask you the same question I asked BC, Josh. Josh, let's say you love it here at 1620 The Zone.
Funny you should say that, because I do.
He does love it here at 1620 The Zone. So this is a good example. Mm-hmm. You want to be here. You want to keep working here. But let's say another radio station that you don't want to work at very much comes in and says, like, hey, do you want to maybe come over here? And 1620 comes in and says, no, we're not letting Josh get away. Here's a contract for twice as much money as you're currently making to do the exact same job. How fast do you sign that contract?
First of all, I'd say genius move keeping me here and keeping me happy. And second of all, I'd say, why are you making me sign a contract? We're working on a handshake as it is right now. But I'd sign that baby pretty quick.
Yeah, as quick as humanly possible, right?
Yeah.
Lance Leipold's had that thing on his desk.
Hey, do you want to read that thing first? No,
nope.
we're good.
We good here. Lance Leipold's had that thing on his desk for about a month, from what I understand. Lance has also had some complaints about the NIL situation, about the focus on basketball over football, which is always going to be the case at Kansas, about the media coverage of his team, about the fan support. Lance might like it in Kansas. He doesn't love it in Kansas. And here's another rumor I've heard, just for the record, just throw it in there. I've heard that it's not Wisconsin for him. I think Jim Leonard is the guy there, regardless of how this season ends. I think they fired Paul Chryst specifically to hire Jim Leonard. I don't think they care how this season went.
Yeah, that was someone's going to hire this guy if we don't.
This was more about making Jim Leonard your head coach than it was about getting rid of Paul Chryst.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think it's Wisconsin. I think Lance Leipold is not signing that contract at Kansas until he knows he is not the guy at Nebraska. I think he's the number 2 choice behind this group. And I'm going to call the group Stoops, Aranda, and Fickle. I could be entirely wrong. I think there's too much smoke around Rule. And listen, it would be hilarious if tomorrow they announce Matt Rule, right? And then you'll be like, well, I guess the smoke was real. I guess that was the real rumor.
Ravi's on to me. Call Matt Rule.
Yeah. Trev's listening. He's like, you know what? You're zigging. I'm zagging, bro. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm just trying to read tea leaves here. If it's not Matt Rule, I think Stoops, Aranda, and Fickle are the home run swings that you take. I think Leipold is your safety school. And I think Leipold's okay with being the safety school because he knows that every single thing that he wants at Kansas already exists at Nebraska. Every single thing. Facilities, NIL, fan support, media coverage. And you never have to worry about Nebraska basketball taking a single ounce of coverage away from your team.
Whoa.
Accurate.
No belief in Fred Hoiberg?
0.
He's given you so much to work with.
Well, yeah, about as much as Frost did. Leipold, I think, is okay with being the number 2, and I think he's waiting to sign the extension until he finds out. I think Stoops, Aranda, and Fickle are his home run swings. But just for argument's sake here, I've been teasing this name for 2 hours now. There's another guy that fits all the criteria that Trev wants. Power 5 head coaching experience. He's a grinder. Would not win the press conference. And money won't be a factor. You ready for this name?
I'm ready.
Tom Herman.
Oh, Tom Herman is on the wheel.
Tom Herman was better at Texas than you remember. He never had a losing season at Texas. He had a 10-win season where they finished in the top 10. In the COVID year, he finished 7-3.
It's COVID year, doesn't count.
It's true.
Just like Matt Campbell's COVID year, doesn't count.
None of the COVID years count.
Nope.
But he never had a losing season, which I'm bringing up Texas football records by year now. Every coach since Mac Brown, so that's only 3. It's Charlie Strong, Tom Herman, and Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian and Charlie Strong both had losing seasons. Tom Herman did not. Tom Herman went 7-6, 10-4, 8-5, 7-3. Won 4 straight bowl games, by the way, including a Sugar Bowl and 2 Alamo Bowls. Finished in the top 10, got as high as number 6, was ranked in the top 10 in his last 3 seasons at Texas at one point during the year.
Tom Herman has never lost a bowl game. 5-0 all time.
Finished ranked in his last 3 seasons at Texas.
This is a lot better than I remember it.
His finishing ranked 3 times at Texas are the only 3 times Texas has finished ranked in their final poll in the last 10 years. That includes a Mac Brown season. Tom Herman was way better at Texas than you remember. And
he's a Mensa member.
Is he?
Yeah.
Smart. There you go. Trev likes a smart guy. Here's the thing, though.
Why do I remember it being bad? I'm sorry. I know you're trying to.
No.
Everybody remembers.
No, everybody remembers it being bad.
Was it messy?
No.
Okay.
There was one rumor about him having an affair that him and his wife shot down pretty much immediately.
We wouldn't know what to do with that here.
Yeah, we would have no idea. But he was actually pretty good at Texas. They didn't win national championships. Guess what? Texas actually doesn't win a lot of national championships. That's not a thing Texas has done a lot historically. They have the one in 2006, right? Was that the year 2005? Right? 2005 with Vince Young. They lost in 2009 with Colt McCoy. Before that, you're going back to the 70s. Or 69. You're going back to 1969. This is not a team that has historically won a lot of championships. If you finish ranked, and listen, I know the expectations at Texas, but if you finish ranked, the only company you have in the last decade at Texas is Tom Herman.
But Ravi, Nebraska can't hire a Texas coach.
What's Matt Rule? Baylor? Texas guy?
Yeah, then that's not Texas. Right? Texas.
Here's the thing about Tom Herman, too.
He lost to Kansas.
Texas might be the biggest job in the country in terms of the magnitude of the job. I'm not saying it's the best job in the country.
Yeah.
I'm saying the magnitude of what you have to do in that job, I don't know that it's bigger anywhere in the country than it is at Texas. Gary and I have been talking all week about how big of a job, how big of a lift the Nebraska job is going to be. If you are looking for a guy that has experience with that kind of lift, Tom Herman has the experience. The Texas lift is a way bigger lift than Baylor or Temple. The Penn State lift with Bill O'Brien was bigger because of where they were at in the Jerry Sandusky thing. I understand Baylor was in a bad way also, but Baylor's not nearly the same profile as Texas or Penn State. The magnitude of the Texas job is the biggest in the country. He would have no trouble adjusting to Nebraska.
The big question.
Yeah.
Is Tom Herman a grinder? Does he have hobbies?
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
He is a coaching lifer. He got into it early. He has been coaching since he was a grad assistant in 99 at Texas. He's a Cincinnati guy by birth. He's got Big Ten experience at Ohio State. People forget. You know who was the coordinator on that national championship team at Ohio State under Urban Meyer? That'd be Tom Herman. He went 13-1 at Houston. This is a dude who wins a ton of football games. A ton. He finished in the top 10 at Houston. This is a dude that wins a ton of football games. So that's the name you're going to hate. I know people hate that name. But if Trev is looking off the beaten path and wants somebody that checks all the boxes, Tom Herman checks all the boxes.
We were talking about this yesterday with Connor. Is it a wild card or is it an out of left field name?
Because I do think an out of left field name is still on the table here. I think there's still a chance that the name that we get from Trev is not a name that we ever considered. Whether it's a Tom Herman, for what it's worth, and I've said this name before, and people hate this one too. Gus Malzahn checks a lot of those same boxes. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Like all of them.
And I agree. I don't like it.
Everybody hates that name, but show me the box he doesn't check.
It's just like, oh, Gus Malzahn. Oh.
He's one of only two guys that have ever gone toe-to-toe with Saban on any kind of consistent basis. It's him and Hugh Freeze. That's it. That's the list. I think those are the only two guys that have beat him more than once in his time in the SEC. I think they both have 2. He took Auburn, which is a super dysfunctional job, as we found out. He took them to a national championship. They were on the cusp of a couple more. That dude can coach. He's got a unique offense that I think would work at Nebraska. That dude can coach. Those are a couple names that would be totally out of left field that I wouldn't put past Trev. But if I had to guess, so that's the name that you're going to hate. That's the name I've been teasing all show. Okay? Tom Herman. Just something to think about. But here's where I land, okay? Stoops, Aranda, Fickle, those are the home run swings. If all 3 of those guys say no, I think it ends up being Lance Leipold. That's where I've landed. Could it still be somebody else? Absolutely. I still think it's like there's like a 30% chance that it's a total out of left field name, whether it's Herman, Malzahn, or somebody we just haven't talked about. I still think there's probably like a 20% chance it's Matt Rule, despite not thinking it's Matt Rule. But that's where I'm at. I think there's about a 50% chance that it's a home run swing. If those guys say no, it's Lance Leipold. The stuff in Kansas with Lance Leipold's too weird for there not to be something there. And that's not smoke about him being a candidate. That's just, those are things that are accurate. He's been upset about NIL, the media coverage, the fan support. And he has not signed the extension yet. If he signs the extension tomorrow, okay. But he hasn't signed the extension yet, and it's been on his desk for a few weeks at least. So that's where I'm at. One of those 4 guys. What do you think?
I like it. The sound reasoning. You've clearly thought a long time about
I have
this,
thought way too much about this.
which is, quite honestly, it's a good thing.
Way too much about this. I still think there's I don't know what it is. And I know a lot of the paranoia about this is Nebraskans have a little bit of an inferiority complex over the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm. This is true. Sorry.
That's a real thing. That's a real thing.
Sad but true.
Listen, I'm not, it's not an insult, but because of how far Nebraska's fallen, there's an inferiority complex about the job and about the program. I think what Trev said about this job garnering even more respect than he anticipated is accurate. When you look at it objectively, the only thing Nebraska doesn't bring to the table is in-state recruiting. And with NIL, I don't think that matters nearly as much. Because Nebraska has the infrastructure that matches just about anybody's in the country. You've got facilities, you've got fan support, you've got resources, you've got NIL. All of those things are the things that coaches are looking for to be successful. You have a supportive AD. You have a football-first AD and administration, and entire hierarchy of the university is football first. Okay? This is a better job than a lot of Nebraska people give it credit for. I don't think you're going... Listen, some people are going to say no because it's not the fit for them. It's not what they want. They don't even want to have the conversation. I think Chris Kleiman's one of those people. But I don't think this is a job where every reasonable candidate's just like, no, get out of my face. And I think a lot of Nebraska people look at it that way. I think that's why people are terrified they're going to end up with Jeff Monken, because that's the worst case scenario. Everybody else said no name. I don't think we're in that situation. I think you're more likely that Trev takes a swing at like a Luke Fickell and you get somebody like that than you are to end up with a horribly disappointing hire. Now, I think the most likely scenario somewhere in the middle, like a Stoops and a Aranda or a Leipold. But I think it's more likely you end up with a home run that everybody's blown away with than you end up with a horribly disappointing hire. Because I think that I've said this the entire time, this is a genuinely good job. There's not a lot of places where you can go and have all of the infrastructure lined up exactly how you would want it. Nebraska is one of those places. That matters. And I think people being too caught up in the results on the field which I know sounds silly, but when you're looking at the scope of a job, the results on the field don't matter that much. It's the infrastructure that matters. Nebraska's got the infrastructure down. And I think the results on the field have made us forget that. All right. Coming up next, it's time for our top five. Woo! Top five time! Right here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show. Follow us on Twitter @Happer Show for all the latest news and views. We may even say something interesting once in a while.
Unlikely.
Really, guys? The Connor Happer Show.
Connie Mack only won 9 pennants in his 55 years as a manager. What a bum.
Could you imagine sports radio in the time of Connie Mack? Well, I tell you, this Connie Mack guy just can't get it done. Can't win the big one. Can't get over the hump. Only 5 World Series. Connie Mack, more like Connie Hack. Am I right?
That's exactly how they talked.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Brutally cold and breezy Friday. Wind chills dropping below 0 in the morning. We will see mostly sunny skies, but that northwest wind will gust 20 to 30 miles per hour with afternoon highs in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
There are actually 2 kinds of cigars. The first is the one you smoke with beloved family and friends. The second, the one you enjoy with friends you've just met. And you'll find both at Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge. At Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, there's a well-stocked humidor with some of the best bands from around the world and a bar with your favorite cocktails and other drinkables. So what do you say? Which cigar will you be enjoying tonight? Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, just off I-680 and 48th Street next to Cubby's.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here from my friends at Kugler Vision, the only office in our area that specializes in all 7 forms of modern vision correction. See if you qualify for a procedure today by calling them at 402-558-2211 or going to KuglerVision.com.
Buy your next vehicle your way from anywhere with Woodhouse. Start your journey online at woodhouse.com. Easily shop all new and pre-owned inventory. Explore payment options and apply for financing. Ready to purchase? Schedule your new vehicle for pickup from the dealership or have it delivered to your driveway. Need a little extra help in determining your perfect vehicle? Our knowledgeable and local dealerships can guide you to the vehicle that best matches your needs. Experience car buying your way with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
He's back. Old Man Winter has arrived. If you notice the cold air leaking through your home's windows, give J-Tech Construction a call for a free estimate. Keep winter cold outdoors where it belongs. Let the official exterior experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction, upgrade you to triple pane replacement windows and start saving money on your energy bills. The cold doesn't have to mean higher heating costs. Get all the details by going to yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
Cool air temperatures mixed with warm soil temperatures means it's time to plant. Visit Lanahaas Garden Center for the Metro's largest selection of homegrown trees and plants. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaas Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $20.10 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/career. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Lulabee's Breakfast, Brunch, and Bar is downtown Omaha's go-to spot for quality food with a Mexican flair. Lulabee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Want to have a party? Lulabee's has a fun and festively decorated party room that seats up to 65 of your favorite humans with custom catering available. Book for holiday parties, family events and celebrations, or just brunch with all your friends. Lulabee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Welcome back to the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula in for Connor Happer, Josh Otson in as well. Lots of interaction on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. A lot of people chiming in with Kalen DeBoer, currently at Washington. I like Kalen DeBoer a lot. Doesn't have enough Power 5 experience for me.
Timing's a little weird.
Yeah.
1 year at Washington. Been a good year. He's worked the portal very well.
I would love it if he had like 2 or 3 more years at a Power 5, because he only had, 2 years at Fresno and then 1 year at Washington. Before that, he was, he was a really successful coach at Sioux Falls at the NAIA level, but I'm not comfortable with his level of experience. So Kalen DeBoer got brought up a lot. I really like him. I think he's probably going to stay there for a hot minute. Travis, Husker fan of Dallas, chimes in, super conflicted on a Tom Herman head coaching hiring for Nebraska. I watched a lot of Texas, good offenses, but he did lose to Kansas. He's also been the most successful Texas Longhorns coach since basically 2009, which includes the last 4 years of Mac Brown. So, yes, he lost to Kansas. He's also been better than anyone else at Texas for the last 14 years. Something to think about.
Nebraska's lost to just about everybody lately, so
yeah, Nebraska lost to Northwestern. Can we acknowledge that that's as bad of a Kansas loss?
I would take a slip up in the midst of an 8-win season.
Yes. Or a 10-win season, in which you finish in the top 10 in the country, because that's a thing that Tom Herman did.
Yeah.
That is not a thing that anyone at Nebraska has sniffed in quite a long time.
Understandably, losing to Kansas. Terrible look.
Not great. Not great at all. Hockey Dad says, I don't care if he coached at Texas or not. I just want to win again.
That's the right attitude.
That is the right attitude. We have to leave. We have to check a lot of our preconceived notions at the door here.
I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what you run.
I don't either. I don't think systems matter at all.
Win.
I think if you figure out the lines, I've said this the whole time, if you figure out the offensive and defensive lines, whatever you run is going to work.
Mm-hmm.
There's things that I think are better than others, but that's mostly personal preference. Or things that I think are easier to recruit to than others. But if you figure out the lines, everything else works. You'll be, at the very least, a competent football team. So appreciate the interaction on Twitter and on the stream. Lots going on in the StreamYard as well. But it's time for the top 5. Josh,
that's right.
What do we have today?
I have compiled the 5 best days on Twitter.
Ooh, that's interesting.
As there were a lot of people eulogizing Twitter last night. It was one of those weird days where you just get in there and you're like, oh, this is a hotbed of emotions tonight.
Yeah, you're like, wait, is Twitter dying?
Is it?
Did I miss something?
Am I on a sinking ship?
Are we on the Titanic right now? Which there were a lot of Titanic memes and GIFs and videos, which were hilarious. So what do we have? Top 5 days in Twitter history.
Top 5 days in Twitter history. This is apparently a list for only 7% of the audience, because if you look, the average numbers are 7% of the people use Twitter.
I think it's higher among sports circles.
Definitely.
I think it's a very sportsy app.
I'm hoping so, Ravi.
Gosh, come on. Take forever.
Number 5.
Number 5, February 26th, 2017, when a young Warren Beatty opened an envelope at the Academy Awards.
Oh, yeah.
And read the wrong name.
Oh, yeah.
For Best Picture.
Was that La La Land and Moonlight?
Correct. Those
Yeah.
are the two movies that were confused.
I'm impressed with myself. I remembered that.
Yeah, a lot of people forget. But that was just a weird night where everybody was freaking out. How could this have happened? Was it a fix? Was it rigged?
I think it
What's
was just
going on?
I think it was just an old man that couldn't read right.
That's kind of where I go.
That's where I landed.
Why did Jim Irsay tweet 2 minutes ago? Just kidding.
Oh no.
Oh, roof open on Sunday.
Oh, idiot.
Funny guy. Go take.
There's one on this list that I hope makes it. I'm waiting though.
I hope everyone's favorite day on Twitter makes the list. We continue.
Well, there's only going to be 4 more.
Number 4, May 31st, 2017. A young President Donald J. Trump tweeted the following: despite constant negative press, Kofifi.
Oh, the Kofifi day.
Take politics aside. It literally doesn't matter in this scenario. It doesn't matter how you feel about him or politics in general. That's a funny thing to tweet. And people analyzed what it could have possibly meant seriously and comedically.
Yes.
And both ended up being funny.
Yes. I think the people that analyzed it seriously ended up being more funny, to be fair.
Well, C's the third letter in the alphabet. And if you look at the Egyptian number 3, it means that blah, 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 blah.
They really did a lot of like code breaker stuff there that I think my guy just flubbed it. All right. That's all. That's all that happened.
That's all it was.
It's fine.
Not everything means more.
Yeah.
Unless it's SEC football.
And then it always means more.
Exactly.
Number 3.
Number 3.
3. Combination of 3 and 5.
Number 3.
March 27th of this year.
Oh, I think this is it.
A young Will Smith
Slapsgiving
took to the Oscar stage to slap Chris Rock in the mouth. Was it a bit? Was it not a bit? I think we've learned it wasn't. And said those immortal words, "Keep my wife's name out your mouth."
You forgot a word in there.
I did.
Okay.
Legally had to.
Oh, okay. Legally. Yes. And thankfully, you and I hosted a show together the next day.
That's right.
And we spent about
we did
2.5 hours on the slap.
Connor was Tuesday of that week. Yeah.
Yeah. You and I spent a lot of time on the slap.
Well, it was the only thing that mattered. It was March.
Yeah. Yep. It was the highlight of March. I'm glad that was the one that I wanted to be on the list. That was mine. That was the one.
I'm happy that I could provide that for you. There's still 2 to go, though.
Oh, I'm excited.
Here comes 2.
Number 2.
I will admit there's a chasm between 3 and 4, so we are upper echelon.
Oh, I was gonna say because I was a little disappointed it wasn't higher, but here we go.
Number 2 is let's see, February 26th. Wow, 2 February 26th made the list.
Oh wow,
2015. On that day, the following happened. At midnight, the District of Columbia legalized marijuana.
Okay.
The FCC voted on net neutrality, so everybody's running around thinking, "Oh my gosh, they're going to make me pay for the internet. Oh my gosh, I won't be able to say whatever I want on the internet." 2 llamas escaped from an Arizona retirement home and a chase ensued.
Why were there 2 llamas at a retirement home?
They were therapy llamas, I believe. But we followed that like it was the new OJ chase.
Had to, obviously.
And then on that same day, America struggled with the question, what color is that dress?
Oh. Wow. That was a big deal.
That was a day.
That was a big deal.
I tell you.
Man, I still don't know what color the dress is.
It looked blue to me.
No one. I think I was a white and gold guy.
Oh, wow.
I think I was. Yeah. I think so. I don't think this is going to be on your list. We'll see. But there's a day here that I'm going to mention if you don't.
Okay. Let's see. The dress has its own Wikipedia page.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh no.
Pretty extensive, actually. Real colors of dress confirmed. That's what I was looking for. The dress itself was confirmed as a royal blue, which was actually black and blue in color. Although available in 3 other colors, a white and gold version was not available at the time.
Yeah, I read an scientific explanation on why it looked white and gold to some people.
There is a scientific explanation on said Wikipedia page
for almost everything. But yes, I was a white and gold guy. I don't know what that says about me.
Okay. Well, this leads us to
our number one.
Number one, the greatest day in Twitter history. It was a day the world collapsed at our feet.
Make it so, number one.
Number one.
And we documented it all with silly gifs and wisecracks.
Uh-oh.
March 9th, 2020. Rudy Gobert touched all those microphones. Tom Hanks got COVID. And the world stopped dead in its tracks.
It sure did. I still blame Rudy Gobert entirely for the pandemic. If he hadn't touched the microphones, I think we all would have been okay.
We all still kind of would have went, what is this thing that everyone's talking about?
Yep.
I don't know of anyone. Oh, Tom Hanks got it? Oh, but he's living in Australia right now. Okay. So it's not
here
at my doorstep.
Nope. This is a Rudy Gobert problem.
Yeah.
This is a Rudy Gobert problem.
He's caught COVID twice.
It's can't be trusted, that Rudy Gobert. So here's
what did I leave off? I left off a lot of Husker football days.
I wasn't going Husker football. I was going a little more serious.
Oh, okay.
And this was early Twitter, if I remember right. Hold on. I gotta Google real quick.
Please.
I believe this was early Twitter, like 2000. Okay, so this was 2011. When it got confirmed that we killed Osama bin Laden, that was a wild Twitter day.
Okay.
That night was mostly celebratory, and understandably so. But that was a pretty aggressive Twitter day.
I imagine so.
So that was the one that was like, I think that was the first, because I joined Twitter in January 2011, according to my profile, at least. I didn't remember that. But I remember this is the first event I remember being on Twitter for, scrolling through things and figuring things out and finding things out. So The Rock very famously tweeted out a spoiler because he knows people in the SEALs, but nobody knew what he was talking about.
I love that.
It was something just got word, damn proud to be an American or something like that. And everybody was like, what is he talking about? And then an hour later, the president announced that they'd gotten Osama bin Laden. But yeah, so that was the first, again, I told you it was more serious, but that was the first one where I was like, oh, people congregate to Twitter for things.
Here's the Rock's tweet. Just got word that will shock the world. Land of the free, home of the brave. Damn proud to be an American.
Yeah. So I remembered the last part, but yeah, I knew there was more.
And that was 45 minutes before the president addressed the nation.
Yeah. I don't know. The Rock's, we need to get The Rock on the Nebraska coaching search. That dude's sources are incredible. If my guy can figure out a national secret.
He was all over Mario Cristobal to Miami, though.
Confidential information. We need to get my guy on a plane to Lincoln ASAP to figure out who the coach of Nebraska is before 10 days from now. Can we make that happen? Josh and I are both big The Rock guys. We need to make this happen. I'm wearing a The Rock hoodie right now, in fact. Let's do this.
Let's make it happen.
Dwayne, we need you. Who's our coach?
You want to promote Black Adam? You can do it right here in the state of Nebraska.
I'll watch it with you on the show live.
Yeah.
And live react to it. I haven't seen it yet. I probably will at some point because I love The Rock.
It's decent enough.
I figured it was kind of a dumb popcorn movie.
Stay for that post-credit scene.
Ooh. But yeah, let's get The Rock in Omaha or in Lincoln ASAP. Let's figure out who the coach is because apparently his sources cannot be beat. He beat the president of the United States to the punch. He can beat Trev Alberts. Okay?
You can't even get mad if The Rock beats you to that story, right? You're just he's The Rock.
He's The Rock, man.
He's charming.
People want to tell him things.
Yeah.
Look at that smile. Just so damn charming.
His teeth are so white.
I just want to trust him with my life.
Just want him to wrap me in those big burly arms.
I just want him to hold me. Is that weird? That is the top 5. We've got Sip next, right?
We do.
Steven.
Allegedly.
Steven, Montgomery, Sipple. of Husker Online joins us next year on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
The holidays are coming, and what's better than the gift of spending time together? And Tickets for Less and ticketsforless.com is going to help you. You can find tickets to all the best live sporting events, concerts, and holiday shows, and you never pay extra per ticket fees. Plus, you can save even more at ticketsforless.com when you use the promo code The Zone at checkout for an extra discount on your order. That code again is The Zone. It's good site-wide at ticketsforless.com, or you can call Tickets for Less at 402-398-1999 and redeem the code over the phone. Secure your tickets and save with Tickets for Less.
Amid the highest levels of inflation seen in decades, thousands of Omaha families are struggling to escape poverty. But this holiday season, you can help them find a way forward by giving to the Salvation Army. Here in the Metro, we serve families with the support they need to get back on their feet by providing food, shelter, utility assistance, and much more. Join our effort to love beyond Christmas. Give to the Salvation Army now at omaharedkettle.org. That's omaharedkettle.org.
Last year's 42 Degrees Veterans Day promotion was a huge success. Besides the thousands of dollars of food and toiletries donated, 42 Degrees wrote a check for $2,000 to the Veterans Food Pantry. So help a veteran and help yourself to an extra discount. 5% for 2 items, 10% for 4 items, or 15% for 6 items. So let's show support to our veterans in 2022 and make this Veterans Day even better. 42 Degrees, your source for CBDs, Kratom, and Delta products. By your mom's house.
Are you that relative who's always asked to bring plates and napkins to the family dinner? Bring brews instead, especially quality, locally brewed Nebraska beers and ciders. The Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are working on special seasonal beverages to make your holiday family get-togethers a day full of fun, football, and feasting. Lots and lots of feasting. Plus, you'll never be asked to bring plates and napkins again, especially if your goofy cousin from Iowa brings that state's favorite beer. Cheers.
Cubby's supports the PACE program with Raise Some Dough. For every large pizza sold at Cubby's in the Old Market, Cubby's gives $1 to the Police Athletic League, serving at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children with athletic and educational programs. PACE has over 5,800 program participants. The league reaches kids that would not normally be able to participate in athletics like soccer and baseball due to financial situations and family dynamics. PACE wants to give every kid the opportunity at athletics and a healthy and safe environment. If you'd like to support PACE too, go to paceomaha.org.
It's the first round of the Maui Invitational. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Pre-game coverage begins Monday at 1 p.m. Tip-off at 1:30. The Blue Jays in Maui on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
When is the best time to buy a house? The answer is now. It's always now. With interest rates creeping up, the real estate market has slowed down, except for the people that were planning on upgrading their home because of life changes. But the one thing we want to let people know is, even if you buy a house now at the higher rate, we anticipate rates to fall. That means you can buy your house now and refinance down the road. Lots of folks think waiting this out is a good strategy. The trouble is values keep rising, so waiting doesn't really help. Plus, if rates come back down, the market will just get busy again, meaning you'll be competing against more buyers with multiple offers, and you might not get the house that you want. We're seeing the market starting to get back to normal, which is a good thing for buyers and sellers.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Steve Sipple,
Hut, hut, hey!
The conversation gets even more uncomfortable, okay?
Omaha!
Steve Sipple on the Connor Happer Show on 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back. The Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula in for Connor Happer. And we bring in now our dear friend, Stephen Montgomery Sipple from HuskerOnline.com. Sip, what's up, buddy?
I like that. Thank you.
You know, I try and make you sound regal.
Yeah. Good luck.
And sophisticated.
Good luck with, really good luck with sophisticated. Jesus.
I think you're a dapper gentleman.
You really?
Well, no, I haven't seen you in a while.
Quit while you're behind here. I'm a sports writer.
Sip, would you rather talk about Nebraska basketball or Nebraska football?
Oh, yeah, great option.
Or would you prefer to talk about the coaching search?
I'd rather talk about chewing tinfoil. Whatever you want to talk about, Ravi. You know me, I just talk.
You're a very amenable guest, which I appreciate. All right, so let's start with Nebraska basketball because I'll be honest, I haven't really talked about the Wisconsin game at all yet today, and I don't know if I'm going to. Nebraska basketball had their first test last night with St. John's. Had a pretty quality first half, pretty bad second half. If you're grading that test, what grade would you give them?
Oh, low. Low. I would say D. I couldn't give it more than a D.
Just because the second half was that bad?
Yeah, it was bad. I don't think anything. I mean, outside of Tominaga, there wasn't a lot of good to report. 17 turnovers isn't what you want. I didn't think the defense was great in the second half.
No.
There were a few times where Nebraska was able to cut into the lead that St. John's was able to build, and it was followed by possessions that were terrible on the other end. I mean, for instance, I think at one point Nebraska got it to 7, and it looked like they might get back in it, and they allowed a baseline drive and dunk, which was, to me, an inexplicable defensive breakdown. So, no, I mean, I was disappointed. I mean, that was the first I'd seen of Nebraska. Of course, I'd followed it, tracked it, had a pretty good, what's interesting to me is you can kind of formulate a vision of a team if you really read enough about it and listen. Mm-hmm. And it was almost exactly what I thought it would be.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was just now maybe having Walker would help.
Sure.
In that game, I think it would. Although Walker, I always hear people say he's a big. He's not really a big. I mean, he's 6'7".
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know 6'7". He's probably 6'7". But the spread's got an uphill battle in the Big Ten.
Let's look at the first half, which obviously went much better for Nebraska. Is that something you think they can replicate to maybe give themselves a competitive chance in the Big Ten this year?
Well, if they can hope that the other team goes 0 for 10 from the 3-point line and shoot 25%. I mean,
that does help.
Right. I don't think Nebraska played that well in the first half.
Okay.
I think
you thought it was more St. John's?
Yeah, and I guess the best you could say is Nebraska is a team that probably can win some rock fights. I mean, that's probably what they want to be, is a team that's going to beat you, 60 to 57 or 55 to 48. I think that's, now Ravi, like any team, if they get hot from 3, they'll be dangerous, but who's not dangerous if they get hot from 3? The teams, I mean, I've had people say today, Sip, if they can just shoot the three ball, they'll be, yeah. I mean, if that's what you're relying on, if that's your program's mantra, we got to hit the three ball, then it's just a crapshoot season, and that's what you're going to get. So I think it's got to be more than that. Now, and I don't think that's what Fred's doing. That's the thing. I think
not this year. No,
I don't want to be all critical. Yeah, I don't want to be all critical of Fred. Here's a team that is more team-oriented, that hits the boards and plays good defense. And you saw a lot of that last night, but you didn't see nearly enough. And they're not equipped. I mean, St. John's had a big that had 17 points and 18 rebounds, Joe Soriano.
Mm-hmm.
But it was too much for Nebraska.
You mentioned, and I know you don't follow Creighton nearly as closely as you do Nebraska, but you mentioned...
I watched them last night, Rob. I watched them last night.
That's the thing that you mentioned, that, if you rely on, hey, if you make all your threes, or you make a bunch of threes, then you'll be a good team. And if you don't, you won't be. To me, that's really what's changed about Creighton over the last handful of years, is that they don't rely on that the way they would, where even like 4 years ago, you would look at a Creighton team and say, yeah, if they don't shoot 40% from three, they're going to have a tough time against good teams. And that's kind of the direction I think Fred Hoiberg's trying to go, because I think you could have made that argument about his teams earlier in his tenure, but he's just so far into things now that it's hard to see it building from here, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if Fred, what you hope, if you're a Nebraska fan and you want it to work with Fred, you just have to hope he gets enough wins this year that he's able to keep building. And now, I mean, it's interesting too. It's an interesting conversation because Creighton's been able to recruit at a high level and develop at a high level. And they developed Kalkbrenner. They're big. They've developed him really well. It really struck to me last night because I saw Kalkbrenner as a young guy, and he wasn't. You just wondered. You wonder if that was going to work out. Now look at him.
Yeah,
he's got big shoulders. He's a force. He's a force. He's not a guy you really wonder about.
No.
You wonder now, how good is he going to be? How far can he take this? I was really struck by him last night. He's a bear. So yeah, I mean, Fred doesn't have anything like that, and he hasn't had anything like that. Keita might become that, but I mean, maybe he's a JUCO kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like Creighton. McDermott's done a good job of finding the formula, but also, like you said, Robbie, he tweaks it too. He tweaks his formula. The bottom line is Creighton's got a big-time coach over there, and they are a program. That's a program. They're to the point now where they're recognizable. You can see, how they're going to play by and large, and that's what I appreciate. I really appreciate that about Creighton.
All right, we'll move over to Nebraska football now. It's senior day tomorrow. There's not a ton of guys that have exhausted their eligibility, but there's a decent amount of guys that are actually planning to walk. Do you have a list in your mind of guys that you look at and say, Nebraska really needs to retain these guys for next year to kind of bridge the gap between coaching staffs?
No, I don't. It's so unpredictable what's going to happen, Robbie. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. Yeah, I don't. I mean, you heard Bush answer a question like that. You heard Mickey answer it like that. And I probably, even in my position as a columnist writer, I don't. It's so hard. Some guys could walk and then decide in a month to come back.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna. No, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. To be honest, the whims of these guys, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. There's some guys. I'm glad that Garrett's not walking, and Palmer's not walking. If that indicates they're going to be back,
sure.
Garrett will be back. I mean, Garrett Nelson, Palmer. I don't know. I mean, I hope it'd be good for Nebraska if Palmer's back.
Sure.
Oshon's an interesting study to me. Now, some of that will be determined by, he'll go through the draft process, and whatever he gets back will determine probably what he does.
Right.
I would like to think O'Shawn would consider coming back. I don't know, though. I mean, why? There's another part of me that says, why? He's graduated. Unless he just wants to go to school again and get his master's. Casey Thompson could come back, but he'd have to change his master's program. He's in a master's program right now, but he'd have to change to another one, and he'd be 25 years old.
Yeah.
25 years old next year. I don't know about you, Robbie, but when I was 25, I had to start making money. I mean,
Yeah. Well, he is making money, though.
Well, he does. That's true. I guess he is making money. So he's probably making more money than I was coming out of college.
He's probably making more money than we are now, Sip. Let's be honest.
That's possible.
If you believe some of the numbers out there, he's not doing terrible for himself.
Right. So, that's a factor, too. But, it's all complicated because what is that? Nebraska is going to have a collective, but what's the new coach? How's the new coach going to, where's he going to stand on all that?
Sure.
Who's getting that? I don't know how that's going to work.
You wonder if you're going to start to see some guys make business decisions about this, right? I kind of joked about Casey Thompson, but you're right. He is going to be 25 years old. We usually only see that when somebody was on a Mormon mission or they played minor league baseball before they came to college. But if you look at Casey Thompson, probably not an NFL draft type guy. Maybe he hangs on with a undrafted free agency thing. If there might be more money for him in coming back to another year of college football than there is going out in the real world. Do you think we start to see guys make decisions based more on that than on whether or not they actually want to be here or not?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if Casey's a great example of that.
Sure, but just that's a guy that would fit the mold. I don't know personality-wise, but situation-wise.
Oh, yeah. And you're seeing it in college basketball where guys aren't necessarily jumping to the NBA because they can make $1 million playing another year in college, the higher end guys. So I don't think there's a ton of examples like that, but certainly the player of the year from Kentucky was that guy.
Yeah.
Definitely. Now that conversation's evolving. We're still, Ravi, we're still very early in NIL.
Right.
Just over a year old, right? It's that conversation. It's hard to predict some of this just because it's so new. But yeah, there's certain guys at Nebraska, like Casey, like O'Shawn, like Trey Palmer, they're making a significant amount of money, and maybe they would just say, you know what, instead of going out into the workforce or trying the NFL, I'll stay another year and make some money and then try it. So yeah, it's definitely something like that.
All right, I feel obligated to ask you about the coaching search.
Yeah.
There's been a ton of information, and I would say I feel comfortable saying a ton of misinformation out there. How are you sifting through what you believe and what is kind of just noise? Because there's been a lot of noise.
There has. I don't know. There's definitely been some misinformation, not all. The rule stuff is real. I would say the map, rule, noise, steam, call it whatever you want, smoke is real.
Which part of it's real, though?
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that part. And my perception is not my perception. I better do better than that. My read is that it's still something to watch.
Okay.
It seems like it's quieted. But I would say this, and this is what I wrote. I wrote today, and I've been saying it here for the last 24 hours, is if we get some sort of announcement from the university on Sunday or Saturday night or Monday that says, Nebraska will announce a new coach on Monday or Sunday, whenever they do it, that'd be rule. It'd be rule, and I don't think anybody else. So I'm sort of interested in that. More than sort of interested. So,
sure.
So that's kind of what we're trying to find out. There's definitely were serious conversations between Nebraska and Rule. I don't mind saying it. I've written it. I'm 100% sure about that at this point. I was a little late to that, but by Wednesday night, it was crystal clear to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I feel like I have a pretty good handle on who else is on the radar. I worry a little bit about naming a bunch of people because there could be somebody I'm not aware of. But I know there's, I'm pretty sure there's some 5 or 6 guys that I'm 4 or 5 for sure that probably are on that radar. They're on that radar.
How surprised would you be about a name just coming out of left field at the last moment, kind of like maybe not the same magnitude, but similar to how we saw Lincoln Riley to USC or Brian Kelly to LSU? Yeah. How surprised would you be if that ends up being how this goes?
Not all that surprised, Robbie, because I recognize these situations can be very fluid.
Right.
And I also recognize that we don't get all the information, and that's by design. It's not. I think a lot of fans, they kind of come at the media like this is a public process. What are you guys? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, they actually don't consult us.
Yeah, it's not a public. It's not a public process. And if you look at Auburn, you don't see much there either. There's nothing coming out. Nothing substantial because it's not a public process. It's not like when a university hires a chancellor.
Right.
Where they name the candidates, it plays out in public. That's not what this is. So I don't know. It's a little frustrating, I think, for everybody. Although it seems like this week has been pretty manageable.
Sip, we appreciate your time as always. Are you? What do you have going on for the game this week? You do your normal column and everything.
Yeah. I am going to do it. My normal column. Go to see the game. I don't know. I got to start thinking about, it's hard to come up with that. On a Friday, it's hard to come up with the angle because I don't know what the game's going to look like. It could take a variety of forms, but yeah, I'm definitely going to the game.
What do you treat Senior Day any differently in terms of how you kind of attack the column?
Nope, I don't. I don't get into that, especially post-COVID. I mean,
sure.
They're going to have 28 to 30 guys.
Just because you have no idea
and
who's
some
staying.
of them will walk again next year. Some of them might walk again 2 years. I mean,
sure.
There's not. No, I don't. I'm not being disrespectful to anybody. It's just Senior Day's lost a lot of it pop because guys do it. There's guys that are doing it again that did it last year. So I don't get into it too much.
Fair enough. Well, Sip, we will hopefully talk to you again soon. We appreciate it as always.
All right. Take care. Take care, Rob.
All righty. That's our friend, Stephen Montgomery Sipple from HuskerOnline.com. Good stuff there about a lot of topics. We covered a lot of ground there with Sip. I enjoyed that. Always a pleasure.
I was excited for his basketball takes.
He watched. I don't think people realize he watches and he likes basketball quite a bit. In the summer or whenever the off season of football, when I talk to him, we talk quite a bit of NBA. He likes the NBA a lot. We talk about Luka Doncic quite a bit. He loves Luka Doncic. So we get in the NBA quite a bit too. He likes basketball a lot.
Okay.
He obviously is more known for his football stuff.
That's exciting.
But he's a big basketball guy. I appreciate that about Sip, which is why I felt comfortable bringing up Creighton a little bit with him because I know he watches as much as he can basketball wise. So
forgive me. I struck him as a
football only.
College is better than the NBA.
Is it an age thing?
Yeah.
No, I was surprised when I found out Sip likes the NBA, but I think it's his. I think he said his grandkids are into the NBA, or one of his grandkids is in the NBA, so he watches it with them, and he kind of got into it. So I think that was it.
That's really nice, actually.
If I remember, yeah, it's very sweet.
Yeah,
Sip's a good guy. We like Sip.
Old softy.
All right, we've got a lot of ground to cover here. We still haven't spun the wheel yet today.
We have not.
We're gonna spin the wheel next.
All right.
I will not let a day pass where I host the Ravi Lula Experience on the Connor Happer Show without a wheel spin. So
we have a lot of chances left.
That will be next here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton Volleyball wraps up their regular season on the road this weekend and will return to DJ Sokol Arena as Creighton hosts the 2022 Big East Volleyball Championship. Don't miss any of the action as the top 6 teams compete for a Big East Championship. Quarterfinal action starts on Wednesday. Check out gocreighton.com/tickets for more information. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
When cancer hits home, when you need answers and hope, turn to Nebraska Medicine, where cancer care is world-leading and personal. In one visit, you'll meet with the team specializing in your cancer, discover treatments based on your DNA, and the support that makes a difference, like a nurse case manager and multiple locations, so you can always be close to home. For cancer, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/cancer.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe from Severe Reaction. You know holidays are right around the corner. Are you stocked up for all your party needs? Well, you know where to go. Rotella's Italian Bakery, they have you covered. Whether it's a tailgate party, a fall party, a Thanksgiving party, whatever it is, you're going to be ready to go because it's 100 years of tradition getting you ready for all the great breads you need. Stop by the bakery at 108th and Harrison or any of your local stores, whether it's hot dogs, hamburgers, or brats, they have you covered. Again, stop by the bakery at 108th and Harrison and find us at the nearest grocery store. Rotella's Italian Bread, over 100 years of tradition.
Hey Omaha Metro, the Salvation Army's Red Kettles are popping up all over town, and that means Ringer Rewards is back. Here's how it works. Volunteer to ring the bell at any one of our Red Kettles, and you'll get a chance to win hundreds of dollars in prizes from local stores. Imagine, if you ring for just a single 2-hour shift, you could win hundreds of dollars in groceries, store memberships, and more. Remember, the more you ring, the more chances you get to win. Sign up now at registertoring.com. That's registertoring.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
This is Scott Schultz from Host Coffee. 2022 marks our 50th year and business has never been better. We continue to grow and add new customers. Many employers are looking for new ideas for their staff as people return to the office. Our pantry service is a great office amenity for staff and guests. Fresh food, snacks, coffee, water, and other beverages for employees and guests. Enhance your office experience with pantry service from Host Coffee. Learn more at hostcoffee.net.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows. The Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More, by Barry Law, by Union Bank and Trust, by DJ's Dugout, and by McGow Law. Before and after each Creighton game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Welcome back to the Ravi Lula Takeover on 1620 The Zone. No matter how you listen, it's still Ravi Lula.
It's true.
Josh Hotson here as well. And it's time to spin the wheel.
Yeah.
We almost didn't get to it, but I insisted. I'm a big wheel boy, if nothing else.
At Big Wheel Boy, is that taken? Let's find out. Let's find out real quick.
We're going to find out if at Big Wheel Boy is
Wheel
taken.
Boy. Oh, I think it's available.
Is it available?
It is available at Big Wheel Boy.
As long as Twitter exists, at Big Wheel Boys.
That's interesting because big wheels are a thing.
Yeah, maybe Big Wheels Boy isn't. I don't know. Big Wheel Boy? I would have thought that would have been taken.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Maybe somebody had it and just gave it up last night.
Yeah, there was like, you know what? I'm not a big wheel boy anymore. I'm a big wheel man.
Big wheel man.
I'm a real boy. I think it's time to spin the wheel.
All right.
Let's do it.
A loud spin. Loud.
Love that noise. We didn't plan this.
Could
okay?
not have planned it better. Chef's kiss.
So it landed on Tom Herman. As you might have heard earlier, I think maybe a dark horse candidate for the Nebraska job. And here's why. He checks a lot of Trev's boxes. Power 5 experience as a head coach. He's got experience in the Big Ten. He is young still, so I think he connects with the youths a little better. Trev
Gotta connect with the youths.
Trev hasn't said that directly, but he has made some insinuations about being able to connect and create relationships. Not saying no old guys can do that, but it seems like maybe he's skewing a little young on his search, which I would appreciate.
Oh, definitely.
So yeah, Tom Herman. Let's do the categories.
First of all, gettability.
I think this is high.
Yeah, I think if Nebraska called, he'd say yes.
I think it's a 4. He's not currently working in coaching. He's an analyst right now. He was with the Bears up until last year as an assistant. I think he's very gettable. I would say this is a 4.
All right. Fan buzz. Would the boards be popping?
It would be a 1. People are not excited about Tom Herman.
Wow. Going all the way down.
Initial would be a 1. I think they would talk themselves into a 2.
Okay.
This is a name people are not excited about. People don't like Tom Herman. They hate the Texas thing. They think you thought he was way worse than he actually was at Texas.
Yeah, I just remember it being sloppy and not good. And turns out on paper,
I think that's
good.
The perception Texas wanted to portray because they wanted to fire him. I think the fan buzz is a 2, and I think the fans would be incorrect here. I think this would actually be a good hire. But I think it's a 2 for fan buzz.
Okay, recruiting.
Let's do a little dive real quick.
Yeah, what were the numbers on his recruiting class?
So his last year at Texas was 2020. So he would be, we'll go back to the 2019 class. Give me a second here as I bring up my numbers. My perception of this was that he was a good recruiter. But I might just be making an assumption here. All right, so let's go 2019 Texas. They were 3rd in the country.
Yeah,
so yes,
to get the job at Texas, you have to be a good recruiter.
They were 3rd in the country.
To win at that school, you have to be a good recruiter.
Yeah, they were 3rd in the country in 2019, which was the last year he was there for a full class. In 2018, they were also 3rd in the country. I'm going to call this a 5. I'm calling it a 5 in recruiting.
Okay.
I mean, if you have consecutive top 5 classes, I'm giving you a 5.
That's just Texas, Ravi. You could throw a rock anywhere and find a 5-star.
There's a lot of guys at Texas, Charlie Strong and Steve Sarkisian included, that have not had top 5 classes.
I mean, that's
Mac Brown at the end did not have top 5 classes. And also, you think he doesn't know anyone in Texas still? You don't think any of those guys can come here?
Those high school coaches he's got connects with?
Isn't that
That's a really good point.
Isn't that one of the big appeals about Matt Rule is the Texas high school coaches love him? Well, guess what? Tom Herman was one of them. Like he went up through Texas grad assistant, Sam Houston State, Texas State, Rice. That was his first 10 years in coaching. And then he goes Iowa State, Ohio State. And guess what? He's back in Texas, Houston, and Texas after that. This is a guy that will get you into Texas. Like, you can assume there's going to be some carryover with some of those Texas recruits.
Yeah.
It's not like when Mickey Joseph left LSU, the Louisiana guys stopped coming, right? You can make the same assumption with Tom Herman. I'm calling this a 5 for recruiting.
Success. How much success would Tom Herman have in Lincoln?
I think a 4.
Yeah.
He was way better at Texas than you remember. He has the only Texas seasons finished in the top 25 in the last 10 years. He finished in the top 10 at Texas once and at Houston once. This is a very good football coach. I'm not saying he takes you to college football playoffs. I'm saying he probably finishes with you being ranked most years. That's a 4 for me.
Bo 2.0.
I mean, Bo 2.0 is such a massive step in the right direction at this point.
Right.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
He can be Bo Pelini for 2, 5, 6, 7 years, and then we get tired at 10. Okay, fine.
But seriously, that would be a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah. Success. We did that. Chaos factor. Feels pretty high.
Pretty high. I'm going to say a 4. There's no like scandals with him really.
No.
But the fact that it would be totally out of left field and a guy that most people don't like in terms of just the initial perception causes a pretty high chaos factor. I mean, his personal life section in Wikipedia is literally one line. So his actual life, I don't think is that chaotic, at least not publicly, but the perception of him around here would be very chaotic. So that's a 4.
Scare division. What's Kirk Ferentz saying about this hire?
I actually think he would scare the division a little bit. I'm going to put it at a 3 just because he hasn't been in the Big Ten as a head coach and because he's been out of Texas for a couple years. I think they'd be more scared after a couple years than they would be in at the initial press conference. So I'll put it at a 3, but I think he should scare. I'd be more scared of Tom Herman than I am of like a Chris Kleiman or a Lance Leipold or a Matt Campbell.
I agree with that actually.
His upside, I think, is way higher than those guys.
It's more of a gamble, but
I don't even know if it is.
Higher ceiling.
His worst record ever is 7-6. He had 1 7-6 year. Other than that, these are his records in 6 years as a head coach: 13-1, 9-3, 7-6, 10-4, 8-5, 7-3. Like that's
sign me up.
That's not a low floor, really. I don't think. Like it seems like more of a gamble because his name's not out there. I don't think this is a big gamble.
Travis bringing facts to the YouTube stream here. Tom Herman has a very punchable face. Nothing against him though.
That's fair. So is Josh Heupel.
Yeah,
Josh Heupel has an incredibly punchable face. I'd punch that dude right in the nose, and then I'd sign him up to be my head coach. So
sold. Salary demands.
I think 3. I don't think he would. I mean, he's currently not coaching.
Not asking for the moon.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what his buyout situation is in Texas, and I want to keep this moving, so I'm not going to look it up. But I don't think this is a huge, like this isn't a $10 million coach. I think you in that 5-6 range where most of these guys are going to be, I think is what you get Herman at. So I'm going to call it a 3.
Awkward first press conference.
I don't think it would be that awkward. He's done a lot of this. He's been in the public light for a long time.
Yeah, he did this at Texas.
He was at the most prominent job in the country at Texas. I don't think it's an awkward first press conference at all. I'm going to say there might be a little just because we didn't expect him, so I'll call it a 2.
Yeah.
But this is not an awkward press conference at all.
Readiness for job.
5.
Yeah.
That's a 5 for me. He's worked in the Big Ten. He's got a Power 5 head coaching experience. He's got additional head coaching experience out. Besides that, this is a 5. This dude is ready for the Nebraska job. And the Texas job is way bigger than even the Nebraska job. And I think the Nebraska job is a really big job. He might be more ready for this than just about anybody in the country.
Last question. Fit with Trev.
I'm going to say a 3 just because I don't know a ton about his personal life. So that's going to be an average score for me. I would assume because he doesn't have scandals or things like that have popped up really. I mentioned an affair rumor from the Texas days that got squashed pretty quick, but I would say a 3. I don't think there's anything to indicate it would be a bad fit with Trev, but I also don't have anything to indicate that him and Trev are like in lockstep. So I would call it a 3, maybe verging on a 4, just because he seems like a football guy. I think that's really what Trev wants. But yeah, I'm going to call it a 3.
All right. That's the assessment of
Tom Herman.
Unemployed coach Tom Herman.
I think he's a way better hire than people would give him credit for. I think he's a way better coach than people give him credit for. I know people around here would hate it.
You've talked me into kind of wanting this.
Listen, I think it's a really good option. Yeah. Like if you strike out on your Stoops, Aranda, Fickle group, I would call Tom Herman immediately.
He's not going to let the Nebraska boosters bully him because he
dealt with Texas boosters.
Yeah.
Okay. If you deal with Texas boosters, you can handle just about anything.
Sure, he lost to Kansas. Sure, there's a couple of embarrassing slip-ups. Never really got Texas to the promised land, quote unquote.
He won a Sugar Bowl at Texas.
Yeah, I mean,
if you won a Sugar Bowl at Nebraska, we would throw you a parade and build you a statue at this point.
Yeah,
he won a Sugar Bowl at Texas. Okay, and that wasn't in a COVID year. That was 2018. That was a real season. He was recruiting at a top 5 level in the country. I think people just don't like him, and I don't get it. But like the resume is,
he's got about as many years as an Aranda.
He's got more than Aranda.
Yeah.
This is his 3rd year at Aranda.
That's right.
He had 4 years at Texas and 2 at Houston before that. He's got the same number of years as Rule, but at a bigger job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got more experience than a lot of these guys we're talking about. He's got more Power 5 experience than Leipold or Kleiman. Or Kleiman might be right at that. I don't remember how long he's been at Kansas State. But the resume is impeccable for Tom Herman. I don't know what to tell you. I know people don't like him, and I don't totally understand it. It's probably just a punchable face thing.
Punchable face, Texas. It's that color orange.
But Nebraska could do and may do a hell of a lot worse than Tom Herman. Maybe he wants, I don't think he probably wants to go back to a Texas job. He's got experience in the Big Ten. He was at Iowa State before that. I think he's open to the Midwest. He was born in Cincinnati. I think Tom Herman would be a great hire. I do. And I think if Nebraska hasn't at least kicked the tires there, then either Trev or the coaching search didn't do their job. You have to at least kick the tires on a guy that has that resume.
Yeah, what's your openness to coming back to the game?
Yeah, what are we talking about here? What level of interest do you have? What kind of place would you want to go? Now, maybe he's just a total jerk, and they're like, we're good here. But if you don't at least have the conversation to find out he's a total jerk, then you have to have that conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That resume is too good to not have that conversation.
You got to buy the man a steak
and find out if he's a jerk or not.
Yep.
If he's a jerk, move on. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? A lot of really good football coaches are jerks.
It's true.
That's kind of one of their main traits a lot of the time. All right. That's the wheel of coaches.
Good wheel.
Good spin today.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly fitting for the show that I laid out. I do have keys to the game.
Okay.
I should probably acknowledge that there's a football game this weekend.
Yeah.
And I will give keys to that. That's coming up next here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Brutally cold and breezy Friday. Wind chills dropping below 0 in the morning. We will see mostly sunny skies, but that northwest wind will gust 20 to 30 miles per hour with afternoon highs in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Buy your next vehicle your way from anywhere with Woodhouse. Start your journey online at woodhouse.com. Easily shop all new and pre-owned inventory. Explore payment options and apply for financing. Ready to purchase? Schedule your new vehicle for pickup from the dealership or have it delivered to your driveway. Need a little extra help in determining your perfect vehicle? Our knowledgeable and local dealerships can guide you to the vehicle that best matches your needs. Experience car buying your way with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
Cool air temperatures mixed with warm soil temperatures means it's time to plant. Visit Lanahaas Garden Center for the Metro's largest selection of homegrown trees and plants. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaas Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's, the perfect gift to be given during the giving season. We're talking gift cards with the merchandise and so many great holiday flavors. And not just can you buy it there and eat it there, you can also take it home as well. You got pints, you got quarts, you got half gallons, all for the holiday season, and you'll make someone's day by giving them the gift of ice cream. Head over to Benson, location right next to Taste of New Orleans, or into the Old Market. Grab some gift cards, grab some to-go orders as well. And when you visit, of course, tell them Severe sent you.
Last year, I enrolled my family for health care coverage through the Health Insurance Marketplace. Do I need to enroll again?
Yes, we have seen the plans available through the marketplace change, and new options may be available. You must re-enroll for 2023 to ensure you or your family are in the right plan for your budget and needs. One World Community Health Centers in Omaha can help. Just call 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment with a team member.
I don't have health coverage, and I'm worried that if I get sick, I can't afford the medical bills. How do I get started?
Getting started is easy and free. Just call to set up an appointment with a Navigator enrollment specialist. We will explain your coverage options, answer any questions, help you enroll, and see if you qualify for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st through January 15th. Re-enroll in healthcare coverage or enroll for the first time. Call One World Community Health Centers at 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get ready for Maverick basketball. Cheer on your Omaha Mavericks as the women's basketball team welcomes their crosstown rival, the Creighton Blue Jays, to Baxter Arena. Come support your Omaha Maverick women as they take on the 20th ranked Creighton Blue Jays Tuesday at 7:05. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now at Baxter Arena box office, 67th and Center, by calling 402-554-MAVS or at omavs.com/tics. We'll see you at the Baxter on Tuesday.
Welcome back to the Tom Herman Apologist Hour here on 1620 The Zone.
Hour? Or like hours.
I was trying to give myself a little credit here. This is the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone. Ravi Lula in for Connor. Listen, guys, I've only got a couple keys to the game. If you want to hear me talk about Nebraska and Wisconsin, you can listen to Big Red Overreaction tomorrow with me and Josh Peterson. But these are pretty simple, okay? If you're Nebraska, you need to make Graham Mertz throw the ball a lot. If you can get him to throw the ball like 30-plus times, I think Nebraska's in really good shape. If he's throwing it in the teens, which should be Wisconsin's game plan, Wisconsin wins that game. But if you can get him to throw the ball 30-plus times, I really like your chances. Because Graham Mertz is bad. He's going to make mistakes. That's kind of what he does. He's a turnover machine and doesn't make terrific decisions. He's going to make some killer throws, and then he's going to immediately do something really dumb right after that. That's just who he's been for 4 years, and that's who he's going to continue to be. Nebraska needs to take advantage of that, and the more times you can make him drop back to throw, the better chance you have of getting a couple interceptions on those. You have to make Graham Mertz throw the ball 30-plus times and take advantage of the mistakes that will absolutely happen. In order to do that, you got to get ahead early. Really, it's way easier to get Mertz to throw the ball if Wisconsin's playing from behind. 7-0, 10-0 even. If you can get Wisconsin behind the scoreboard a little bit, I think you can make them feel pressured into throwing the ball a little bit more. That to me is a key there. Obviously, you can do things defensively to stack up against the run and things like that, but getting ahead of Wisconsin early will give you a better opportunity to make Mertz throw it more than anything else. So that's my number one key for Nebraska. The other one, and this again, really, really simple, You got to do whatever you can to keep Thompson upright. We've seen what the team looks like with other quarterbacks. And a lot of it, to me, is Whipple's unwillingness to call a game plan that makes sense for Logan Smothers, but we also don't know how injured or not Logan Smothers is. So if he is whatever he is, then you really can't call running plays for Logan Smothers. Casey Thompson needs to be in there the whole game. You can't afford him going out again.
I want a lot of, and I'm serious when I say this, I want a lot of holding penalties. Like,
if you have to, whatever you have to do.
You have to sell out to keep Casey Thompson in this game from start to finish.
Even if it's holding. So I need some like max protect. I need a couple tight ends in.
You get caught a couple times. Whoops.
So be it. Right.
Well.
That's better. It's better to sacrifice that than it is to let Casey Thompson get hurt again. And listen, just do all you're going to do anyway is try and get Trey Palmer to beat somebody. So might as well max protect while you're doing that. Okay. There's no reason to fool around. Just send a couple, maybe 3 guys out in a pattern. And one of them is Trey Palmer, just trying to beat his guy one-on-one because that's all you're really looking for anyway. Keep Thompson upright no matter what you have to do. And honestly, those are my only keys to the game. If you can make Mertz throw the ball 30-plus times and you can keep Casey Thompson upright, I really think Nebraska's got a really good shot to win this game. Wisconsin is not super scary this year unless you let Braylon Allen go wild. And if Graham Mertz is throwing the ball 30 times, you probably aren't letting Braylon Allen go wild. Those are my keys to the game. All right, coming up next, we will wrap up the show, give you your polls and what to watch here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duck Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. Cleanairradio.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
From basketball to volleyball, baseball to softball, soccer, tennis, and so much more, the Creighton sports season is packed with action. The 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law, covers it all. Each week, we visit with Blue Jay athletes and coaches to hear their stories and document their climb through the Big East Conference. The 1620 The Jays podcast drops each Friday morning and is found at 1620thezone.com and all major podcast platforms. Just search 1620 The Jays. Covering all things Creighton Blue Jays, it's the 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law from 1620 The Zone.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows. The Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and more, by Barry Law, by Union Bank and Trust, by DJ's Dugout, and by McGow Law. Before and after each Creighton game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
You can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift on Christmas morning. Join the Zone and J-Tech Construction and Solar as we stuff the truck. Mark your calendars for Friday, December 2nd from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday, December 3rd from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. here at our studio at 5011 Capitol Avenue in Omaha. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new, unwrapped toy. It's Stuff the Truck to benefit Toys for Tots with 1620 The Zone, 1180 The Zone, and J-Tech Construction and Solar.
Welcome back to the Connor Happer Show. As we wrap things up, it's time to update the polls, and Josh is going to tell you what to watch this weekend. Take it away.
We asked during the crossover today, what length of socks do you wear? No-show socks, ankle socks, half-calf, knee-high. 45% of the audience said ankle socks. 31% said no-show. 21% said half-calf.
No-show is the way to go there.
Yeah, I voted ankle. That's what I wear. Would you be interested in a robe?
Yes.
52% of the audience said no.
Oh.
Very close.
Not a sophisticated audience today, I see.
Where are you most likely to be nude? Inside a bed? Inside a robe? 60% of the audience said bed.
Good. Yeah, good.
Does
good for you.
Does producer Josh strike you as a size 13 shoe? This was very obvious the way this is going to come back.
Yep.
73% of the audience said no.
Listen,
I'm prepared.
27% of the audience is with you, though.
That's right. That's enough. Do you know who Buster Douglas is? 84% of the audience said yes, Ravi.
Oh, good. Good.
More widely understood reference, the Gipper or Buster Douglas? 56% of the audience said the Gipper.
Oh, that's closer than I expected.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased with our Buster Douglas literacy here. Good.
And finally, should Ravi Lula apply to be the Mayo Dumper? Of course, 85% of the audience said yes.
The Mayo Dumper. Tell us what to watch this weekend, Josh.
Football, NFL style first. Jets, Patriots is your noon game on CBS. CBS has the doubleheader this week. They will go NFC with the Cowboys and the Vikings in Minnesota. Flirts with getting Kirk Cousins into primetime there on the back end. So maybe you take Dallas. Bears, Falcons is your noon game here locally on Fox. Chiefs, Chargers has been flexed to the Sunday night game. College basketball, Arkansas Pine Bluff against Nebraska, 2:30 on Sunday. Big Ten Network. Virginia, 16th in the country. They face Baylor, number 5 in the country, 6 p.m. tonight on ESPN2. First televised sport back for Virginia after a very tumultuous week on that campus. So kind of rooting for Virginia tonight. Also because I just generally don't root for Baylor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 19, Illinois versus number 8, UCLA, 8:30 tonight on ESPNU. And Sunday, 6:30 on Big ESPN. Number 4, Kentucky against number 2, Gonzaga. College football game day is in Bozeman, Montana. I believe for the first time. It will also be the coldest episode of Game Day ever.
Oof.
It will be 2 below tomorrow morning in Bozeman, Montana.
Have fun, boys.
Of course, Nebraska plays Wisconsin, 11 a.m. on ESPN. Iowa plays Minnesota, 3 p.m. on Big Fox up in the vault. I believe this is the final Bedlam this weekend.
Yes, I believe so.
Number 22, Okie State at Oklahoma, 6:30 on Big ABC. USC, UCLA, 7 o'clock on Big Fox. 2 movies to watch, and then we'll get out of here for the crossover. Apple TV has Spirited. Ryan Reynolds flips the script on A Christmas Carol with a little help from Will Ferrell as the ghost of Christmas Present. And Peacock debuts Nope today. Jordan Peele reteams with the Get Out's Daniel Kaluuya for his latest sci-fi nightmare. Nope is on Peacock.
There we go. Thanks to all of our guests today, Bryan Munson, Bryan Christopherson, and Stephen Montgomery Sipple. Josh, thank you as always. Yep. Ravi Lula in here for Connor Happer today. Crossovers coming up next on 60.
Live from the host